Good evening, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about UK news. We've got a new theme park. Lucy Letby leaked email that trashes the case, basically proves that she's innocent. Trump pausing the tariffs, RFK, AOC Bernie tour, and just some general fucking about memes and stuff. All right, let's start going with a little jam. Good evening.
Egg survivor.
right. I hope you've all survived a tummy ache at some point in your lives. We are all survivors. Broken a goddamn nail. All right. Hello. Right. How are we all this evening? Let's get some lo-fi on to get the stream going. Let's make sure everything is a good level. Let's get rid of the noise. There we go. I need to save the background music as a bloody bookmark on my thing. Hang on. Lo-fi house. Let's go play. Right. How are we? Mic levels. Before you all start complaining at me. This stream. We have a sponsored stream, everyone. Let me get these sound effects out. Let me get the sound effects. Yes. Oops. Turn. Yes. 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 Hype for dogecore. Supporting the stream, everyone, today. You can get this t-shirt and many others, and this phone case and many others from dogecore.com with the code WHYME. You can get 10% off your order. They ship all around the world. They have many cool designs. Let me show you some right now. Just as we're getting going. Why don't I show you some right the frick now? Do you need Dogecoin? Okay. Okay. I knew this was, I knew you were gonna frickin' say this. No. You're banned if you mention Dogecoin. Let me show you. So these guys, they're based in Manchester. I know one of their founders, Dom. He's a lovely guy. If we go to About Us, these are the guys who do it. There he is with his plant. Oh, that goes to those are the dogs. But yeah, just a little independent clothes store. They have loads of cool designs. Now, about the Doge thing. Let me just read this. Dogecore is two dog dads on the internet expressing their vibes through mutual cooperation of concepts, ideas, aesthetics, and storytelling to create the beast they call Dogecore. The brand originated from two friends entertaining one another online with funny JPEGs. All the art, words, and advertising are done in-house. We can't believe we have to clarify this, but no! We are in no way related to Musk, Doge, or any of that bullshit. See, the last time I was wearing something by Dogecore on stream, this happened because I shouted. I wasn't even sponsored by them last time. But I was like, no, is these guys called Dogecore that do the shirt that I'm wearing? And you were like, what? Dogecoin? No. They existed way before Dogecoin existed. Dogecore has been an online entertainment posting funny images since June 2013, 6 months before Dogecoin even existed. So if anything, Dogecoin copied them. Alright. It was originally founded on the doomed boomer paradise known as Facebook, a place where people used to have fun but has since transformed into a weird machine that hypnotizes your parents. Neither Dominic or Alex chose the name or started the page, it was already there and we simply ran with it. Please do not associate us with the broader Doge nonsense. We find it extremely obnoxious. We sincerely hope that one day the Tesla man reflects on his pathetic life and combusts, leaving nothing but a pile of smouldering regret. We hope you see a cool bug today. So that's them. They're very cool. This is their store. 10% off. 10% off anything you want. Yeah, to be fair, Elon does steal everything. So if you did steal Doge from Dogecore, then I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Also, if we go on prints, this print behind me, Go Piss Girl, that print behind me, which is perfect for my stream, absolutely perfect for my stream, my piss stream, where I piss constantly. That's from here as well. So it's one of these. I also what the dog doing? That's actually above it. It's not really. You can't see it though. Really, that one up there. But that Go Piss one girl there. That Go Piss girl one. This is backwards. That's that one. But yeah, no, they've got loads of cool designs. Love them. Yeah. I also, I've got a couple of hats. I got the perfect hat for me as well. Which one is it under? Corduroy hats. So I have this one that says, "Be nice to me or I'll cry." I'll put it on over my headphones. Be nice to me or I'll cry. And also, I have... Wait. Where's the other one that I have? This one, but I have the red version. Everyone's favorite niche internet micro celebrity. So I have this one as well. And I have a load of the t-shirts, which I'll show you later probably. But yeah, 10% off, baby. Buy something from them. You're supporting them. You're also supporting me, the stream. Have at it. Started off with a bit of wine, but we'll move on to the beer. Looks purple in real life. What the hat? It looks now. It's just the camera and this light that I've got in front of me, and that light there. But it is actually like a sort of maroony red. Right. What beer do we have? I have the last one from this month's Beer 52. Do Not Disturb Nipa 4%. It's a cool can. Tequila when? Oh, I've not done tequila on the stream yet. Maybe one day. You're having a pastry stout from Backport. Nice. You're making me drink one. You're making me want to drink also. Yeah, I am a bad influence. I am a very bad influence. Woo! Or maybe I'm a good influence. Maybe more beer is what we need. In these trying times. Do you like Ryan Reynolds? I asked because he has a gin. I like gin. I don't like Ryan Reynolds that much. He's meant to be like really hot, right? I don't think he's that hot. But you know, I wouldn't kick him out of bed. If that's what you mean. He's hot for a lib. Wait, am I getting Ryan Reynolds mixed up with Ryan Gosling? Shit, I can't picture. I have one man pictured inside my head, and I don't know whether it's Ryan Gosling or Ryan Reynolds. I don't know which one it is that I'm thinking of.
Gosling is superior.
Gosling is superior. Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Gosling. Which one was I thinking of? You know what? I think I had like a weird love child. Like Googling them. I think I had a weird love child. Like a weird mix between both of them in my head. They look too alike. Why does it suddenly look darker in here? It gets dark way too late. As soon as the clocks go forward in the UK, all of a sudden it's like still sunlight at 8 p.m. and it's like, what's going on? It's so confusing. The sun's only just gone down. And now I'm like, how do I light my stream setup? I don't even know what to do because the sun's actively changing outside. This makes my life harder. Y'all do daylight savings? Do you not do it in America at all? I swear you do. Do you not like put the clocks forward and back in America? I swear you do. You do. Stop gaslighting me. There's this one Tory that I follow on Twitter. He absolutely, like, his one issue is abolishing daylight savings. He's hilariously obsessed by it. His name is Peter Hitchens. He gets so annoyed by daylight savings that whenever we put the clock forward and back, he like posts about it constantly. Why the fuck are we doing this? Why do we have what? It's stupid. It's so pointless. I don't know whether I agree or not with it. I'm not sure. I'd have to consider the pros and cons because I'm not actually quite sure why we do it. We should abolish daylight, says Jesus Christ. Was your father not the one that brought us daylight? On the 7th day? On the Sabbath? There should be one time zone for Earth. There is a time zone for Earth. Isn't it called UTC, Universal Time something? That's like the you know, the one that NASA uses. Like there is one. We just have our own little time zones. It's like sub time zones. There's the alpha time zone, UTC, and then there's the sub time zones. Is UTC just GMT? I think it is, yeah. Universal Time Coordinated for Yoda speakers. We should all be on the NASA one. UTC is Greenwich Mean Time, but more sciencey. What is time? What is time? Where does it go? When you turn your watch backwards, where does the time it go? I'm trying to do Philomena Kunk's accent. I'd love to hear one good argument against one time zone for all. Yeah, like, I don't know why we make it so complicated. Like, couldn't we just have it so that, like, you know, we, like, the UK, you know, they start work at 9, and we'd be like, oh well, in the US they're not starting work, they don't wake up until 3 p.m. in the US, and it would still be perfectly understandable. Like, it sounds weird to us now, but only because we're so used to, like, every country having their own time zone where they, like, start work at 9 a.m. But if we didn't have that, and we just kept it as, like, universal time, it would just be like, in the UK, we start work at 9, and in the US, they start work at, like, 3 p.m. I mean, why don't we just do it like that? Oh, it ruins Dolly Parton's song. Shit. We can't ruin Dolly Parton's song. Working 3 to 10. What a way to be an American. That would be very hard to push, though. Well, this was an unexpected debate to start the stream with. Yeah, I was going to get onto the the new Black Mirror season. Yeah. Let's pour the last bit of this. 7-Elevens would have to get a new sign every year. Why? Why would they have to get a new sign every year? What? Anyway, to move on from time zones, because that was not the plan for the stream. Yeah, we can talk about Black Mirror. I have watched, so far, I have watched 3 of the episodes. Yeah, 3. I thought they were very good. I watched the first one with Rashida Jones and Chris O'Dowd. That one is, it's very silly. It's not so dark, but it is actually quite dark at the end. It's pretty sad at the end, but it's kind of silly and goofy. I found it quite funny. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'll not give you any spoilers, no. And then I watched the one with the where there was the throwback to the guy that made the video games in Bandersnatch. There was a throwback to him, and he made a video game called Thronglets. And the guy takes acid and gets obsessed with the Thronglets. That one was pretty funny as well. I really enjoyed that one. And last night I watched that one had Peter Capaldi in it. And last night I watched the second one, which is about the girl who can like change reality. That's all I'll say. But yeah, no, I've really enjoyed all of them. Like I know Black Mirror gets a lot of hate these days. I think anything that gets really popular ends up getting a lot of hate, to be honest. It's just expected. I don't care. I thought I really enjoy them. I really enjoy Black Mirror episodes. Like I don't think every one of them is amazing. Obviously they go up and down, but yeah, the 3 that I've seen from this series I've enjoyed. Like nothing the level of like San Junipero yet, but yeah. No, I've enjoyed them. Yeah. The one with the guy in the snow globe still haunts me. Yeah. Did you pay your taxes yet? Tomorrow's the last day to file. What, in the US? Because that's definitely not true in the UK. In the UK, it's the 31st of January. And I definitely did do it by the 31st of January. Right now is the start of the new tax year. And you don't have to do anything at the start of the new tax year. How did I just notice the piss girl eye in the background? Yeah? From dogecore. Dogecore.com. Get yours at dogecore.com. Shipping all around the world. 10% off with Why Me. Thanks for that prompt. The king goes door to door and collects taxes in the UK. He does, yeah. He goes door to door with a little carrot recorder. All right. What else have I been watching? The final of the Gladiators was on last night. Allow me to watch a little bit of trash TV. Okay? What's gladiator? You don't know what gladiators is? What? No, I love gladiators. I think it's great. I think they've done a good job with the new series. I think what I really like about it is just like we don't celebrate like hench women enough. You know what I mean? Like just fucking really fucking strong, like women who look like they could snap your fucking neck. We don't celebrate them enough, and we don't give them enough space on TV. And I think that's one of the things I really like about it. It's also just like really fun to watch. But like when they when they introduce like the women gladiators, and they're like, oh, like this woman could knock your fucking brain clean out of your skull, and the audience are like, yeah. That's what I like about it. Because isn't that what Wonder Woman's supposed to look like? Isn't she supposed to look like a female bodybuilder? But who did they cast as Wonder Woman? Wonder Woman actress. Gal Gadot. She's not hench. Let's have some actual proper woman strength in film on TV, please. Like actual muscle. Representation of female muscle, please. Brooklyn's here. Brooklyn has arrived. Brooklyn, say hello. Oh, hello. I reckon I could knock Gal Gadot out. Yeah, me too. I've started doing these HIT classes, right? And part of these HIT classes is you have there's a punching bag in the class, and they'll give you a routine to do. What do they call it? Like a kickboxing routine. Like jab, cross, hook, uppercut. Get them right under the rib cage. Uppercut. And then there's the roundhouse kick. Bam! That's my favorite bit. Bam! And the elbow. Boom! 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 Yeah. So watch out. Someone like Gina Carano, but not racist. Is Gina Carano hench? I've not actually Ow, Brooklyn. Oh. Oh, she is pretty hench. She looks it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she's got some muscles. Yeah. But she went racist, right? Ugh. Gina. Carano is juiced. Yeah, I remember there was something about her going full MAGA. How many grams of protein do I get a day? I don't know. I don't count my macros. If I start counting numbers of anything though, I get like overly obsessed with the numbers. I'm like, so I have to like completely do something perfectly or like not do it at all. I can't just be normal about something. So it would probably give me problems if I started like counting anything. Am I measuring nighttime erection durations? I'm not. Oh. Did anybody watch Last One Laughing? I watched that. It was very entertaining. I'm not surprised that Richard Ayoade made it right to the end. Oh shit, that's a spoiler. He didn't win though, so I won't spoil who won. Sorry if you haven't watched it yet, but it was pretty obvious he was going to do really well. Richard Ayoade is like the most straight-faced comedian you've ever seen. It was bang average. Bob Mortimer's gonna be in Celeb Traitors. Oh. There's gonna be a Celebrity Traitors. Is Richard Ayoade friends with Graham Linehan still? I doubt he's friends with Graham Linehan. Like Richard Ayoade's like he's like a cool guy. I've listened to a few interviews with him. I can't imagine that he'd be fine with Graham Linehan. I would have imagined that he's like broken ties with Graham Linehan at this point. I would hope. He defended him? Oh no. Oh, don't ruin Richard Ayoade for me. Oh no. He wrote a foreword for his book. Oh, don't ruin him for me. Oh, you bastards. Oh no. I know that his brother-in-law is Lawrence Fox, which must be awful in itself to have your brother-in-law be Lawrence Fox. Yeah. He's so damn funny on the panels though. He is, yeah. Richard Ayoade is a very, very funny person. If he's still friends with Graham Linehan, then that's sad. Graham Linehan is a very, very sad, sad man, and I can't imagine him having many friends left at all. But no, Last One Laughing was fun. It was a bit weird to watch sometimes because I don't know, the thing I really like about watching comedians together is like watching them laugh at each other, and the fact that they weren't allowed to laugh at each other's jokes at times made it feel like really awkward. Like it just felt awkward to watch sometimes. It felt like I was squirming at times because it just felt like it was just really awkward. But like I tried to like fix that issue of it sounding really awkward by them having that other room where the comedians were watching, where they were allowed to laugh. But the thing is, they didn't edit it so that you could hear them laughing at the same time. So you'd like have this weird silence after jokes were told. And then there would just be this weird cut into the room where the comedians were actually laughing at them, watching them on the screens. And it was like, as an audience member, you're just like, I'm so confused. Because like, I don't know. It's just, it was really weird to watch in that way because it just felt so awkward for a lot of it. But a lot of it was really, really funny as well. Like Joe Wilkinson. So good. Bob Mortimer was, I would say, he had the funniest jokes. And I like, for him, like his jokes, I didn't even need to hear anybody else laughing to be like actually like dying laughing, listening to Bob Mortimer say things. The comic timing feels off if you cut to laughing later. Yeah, that's why it just felt so weird and like unnatural to watch a lot of it. Like, I feel like they could have edited it way better where you could just hear like immediately the laughter, even if they just edited it over the top. If you just immediately heard the laughing from the other room, just edit it in. I feel like that would have worked so much better. Like, I was watching it as like an editor thinking, I would not have edited this show like this because it feels awkward. It feels socially awkward all the time. But in a way, it was like kind of funny. The awkwardness was kind of funny at some points because like when one of them would start laughing, the rest of them would just dissipate because they didn't want to like catch the laughter. So they'd just like walk away. That was quite funny. I don't like laugh tracks. I'm not saying I like laugh tracks. I don't like laugh tracks. But there's a thing about a sort of live unscripted show where people are talking to each other and you know that it's live and unscripted, but they're not allowed to laugh. There's something about that situation that makes it seem really awkward. That's completely different from like a scripted show with a laugh track behind it, which I would agree is like, it's out of fashion now and it doesn't really work anymore. Anyway, what have I been doing this week? I recorded another podcast episode, which I will bring out next month, with the one and only, the only channel on YouTube which is entirely written and edited by a cow, Tara Mooney. A conversation with Tara, which will be coming out next month. Super cool girl. Love that. That was super fun. It was nice to talk to her. I've also got some others lined up as well. Like, I am just fucking on it. I've got Tom Nicholas lined up. Ooh. Tom Nicholas. I love Tom. Just as a friend. Tom's great. He's funny. And I'm hoping to get Dr. Anna from I believe her channel's called Psychology with Dr. Anna. But yeah, she's my friend as well, and I'm gonna try and get her on, but she's well, I don't know how much she wants to say, but she can't do it right now, but in a few months she will. Are you going to mention yesterday's UK news, or is it a non-event because virtually everyone agrees with it? What on earth are you talking about? But yeah, we will get onto the UK news very soon. I just have one more self-update to tell you about. Oh, British Steel. Yeah, they're thinking of nationalising British Steel. I've not deeply looked into it, to be honest, but I don't know. Yeah, sounds good. I honestly don't know. Maybe we could watch a video on it, but I honestly don't know much about why. I have been doing a lot of research on my own video and not on British Steel and the ins and outs of why we're nationalising it. So I don't know. Yeah, but the one other thing that happened this week. So you remember, like, ages ago, I told you I was doing an interview for File on 4, the BBC 4 radio program, like File on 4, about a certain property wealth influencer. I told you about that a while ago. They emailed me this week saying the program's going out on Tuesday at 8 p.m. So I put on my Instagram stories, guys, listen to Radio 4 Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Ooh, you might hear someone. Ooh. Literally, I tune in, and then the announcer for the BBC comes up and goes, so in a slight change to today's listings, we've got this entirely different program on. And then they just played something different. And I was like, what's going on? I got an email the next day from the producers, basically saying, after some internal discussions, we've had to postpone the airing of the program. That's all I know. They're still planning on airing it, but I don't know when. But I can imagine what's happened, because he's gone back and forth with the producers, because obviously they went to him for a right of reply. And obviously he has just used what he tends to do is use every avenue possible to fight against being exposed. And he managed to pull something off a few hours before it was to be aired. I don't know what he did, but he managed to pull something off legally that managed to get them to postpone it. I think they will eventually air it, but yeah. I did some videos about him a while ago, and his legal threats to me ended up in me taking them down. So yeah, I'll keep you updated about that. Yeah, unless you literally followed me right from the very beginning, you won't even know. I made those videos when I literally had like 25,000 subscribers on YouTube. It was like right near the very start. Which is why I'm not so upset about those videos being down anyway, because I'm like, I don't think those videos are my best work anyway. Like, I think the videos I made, like, way back at the beginning, I think they have their own charm in a way. But when I, like, watch them back now, I'm like, oh, I was such a fetus. The things I did not know. The horrors I did not foresee. If it doesn't end up going out, you think you can renegotiate and do an interview with Jeremy Vine? I'd love to do an interview with Jeremy Vine. I want to show you Jeremy Vine's Instagram. I have to show you Jeremy Vine's Instagram. Hang on. That was... He tends to film himself biking around with this ridiculous camera on his helmet. I wonder if I can find the video that was quite funny. Damn it, I should have saved it. I'll find it. I'll find it at some point. Jeremy Vine, like, he just does loads of videos of himself. Wait, let me show you. Just biking around and, like, getting into arguments with other people on the road.
Your van?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work this out. So we've got a guy here, and he's parked in a strange place anyway because he's got a parking ticket. But he's got where my bike was locked earlier this morning. Take a look how close he is. And what's really weird here is I can't work out how he would have got out of his door when he parked. So this is just like a mystery. And the only thing I can think of is that he must have parked somewhere else and the van has rolled here. So I'm having to unlock my bike, and then once I unlock it, I realise it's completely stuck. I mean, it's like in a kind of a T shape around the lamppost, squashed in by the van. And this is one of those, you know what I mean by FML moments, you know, where you just think, I've got to get to Radio 2 and I can't move.
One of those FML
I can't go
moments.
forwards, I can't go backwards, I drop my keys, and I don't know, I just don't know what to say, I don't know what to do.
Is that what you say, fellow kids?
And you know, and that's my life.
To get out of your van?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work this out, so we've got to...
Oh, man. He is quite funny, though, sometimes. I wish I could find the one that actually really made me laugh. He got into an altercation with someone on the street. Is it that one? Oh, yeah, it's this one. Shames his number plate publicly.
Why are you so angry?
And he confronts him. Imagine Jeremy Vine coming up to you, like, why did you hit me?
You know I'm allowed.
You are sat in a provocative position.
I was sat in a provocative position. I was sat in a provocative position. I was sat in a provocative position.
Towards the middle of my lane. I was in the lane and I was in it.
Oh,
Am I in the middle of the lane or am I in the middle of the road? It's really hard to see.
You're in a provocative position, Jeremy. So yeah, I'd love to be interviewed by Jeremy Vine. Okay, what other let's start off with a few memes then. What else have we got? What is okay, yeah, somebody put this in the thing. In the thingamy doobly doo in the Discord.
Anyone spamming the chat? Let me get
What is your Tesla company falling apart? Ha ha ha, what happened, buddy? That's one of his baby mamas. You have no real friends and will die alone. True. What?
oh, lost connection.
D. It's German. D, Elon Musk. D. All right. What else do we have?
Hey, are you gonna see Dune in a couple weeks? Dune, your mom. Dude, you are funny. Okay. Within me glows a light so powerful and true, I feel seen for the first time in my life. I'm gonna follow my passion and make short comedic horizontal videos on youtube.com. It'll take time to build an audience, but eventually people will tune in to hear my comedic take on subjects as diverse as pooping at your friend's house and modern economic policy. There'll even be an inside joke about a video called Plankton Farts and Dies, and every commenter will mention it, and it will never be old or annoying ever. Finally, everyone will respect you. Looking. What? Funny looking. Oh, were you having delusions of grandeur? No. So in your fantasy, you have like a stand-up special on Netflix. You're like a huge sitcom star. What is it? I was a mid-tier YouTuber. Oh, that's sad. Let's not talk about it. See, guys, this is what would have happened if I listened to the haters. Imagine what would have happened if I had listened to my friends. Thankfully, I have none.
Hey! Yeah, YouTubers don't have friends. What do we have? Arbor ZZ Hop. New England Pale Ale. ZZ Hop. This is one that I found at Sainsbury's. It's one of the many products I've found at Sainsbury's. Well, Sainsbury's have bought nothing from me. Right. What else do we have? Let's get into the UK section because we have a few more little like memey things, but they're like UK focused. So let's get into the UK section. Tariff Sainsbury's. Do you remember that? You remember that from last stream? Right. Where? BBC. I did keep that Ryan Reynolds tab open. I was staring at his beautiful face that entire time I was talking to you. I was. You caught me. You caught me. Somebody suggested last time, and I thought that this would be quite funny. Because last time we were watching... oh, wait, no, I was going to look at some more Instagram things before I got into the UK section. What I need to do is when I find something funny on Instagram, I need to start saving it on my saves. But this is what I saved this because I thought this was quite funny. I save things that I think I'm going to put on my story and then I never end up doing it. But I think this girl has been watching my DJ streams. I think she's been watching my DJ streams.
What kind of girl do you take?
I'm going to get... Look, she's been watching them.
If you would.
That is me. Also, Gary V's posts are getting weirder and weirder. They're getting like why is he doing the stand meme? Like what? Why? Ugh. Honestly, I think he's having a bit of a breakdown. His posts are getting weirder and weirder. Maybe we should, one stream, we should do a little bit of a mini deep dive on what Gary Vee has been posting recently, because I just don't understand a lot of it. Right, anyway. Yeah, so we were watching this. Maybe this will be a nice lead into the Lucy Letby story.
I put in...
So that we were watching this last week, and there was a random little and I thought that should have been what I sampled for the BBC theme.
So today I put in now 23 expert reports from 24 experts from across the world, covering 8 separate countries.
So this is Lucy Letby's new lawyer. This is him dropping off her application to the CCRC to get her case taken back to the Court of Appeal, so she gets a new trial. He's brought loads of new evidence to the CCRC that shows that there's actually no evidence that she murdered any babies.
Those expert reports completely demolished the prosecution's case that was put before the jury. It is now hoped that the CCRC will not take long to look at this evidence and refer it back to the Court of Appeal. This matter needs to be reviewed as a matter of urgency, and these reports show that no crime was committed. That is the conclusion of Professor Xu Li and the international panel that has reviewed everything. And it's clear now, if that's the case, this case needs to be put before the Court of Appeal, and we can't delay any further. As you know, I was instructed afterwards, I was not the defence team at trial. What I do know is that you can't just simply go expert shopping. You can't just go and find another doctor that comes up with a different opinion. That is not what I've done. I've gone to the best in the world.
That's not what the family say you've done, though.
Let me answer your question. He'll come back to you.
Okay.
I'm going to answer your question.
So he's talking to a Daily Mail journalist here. This is a woman called Liz Hull, who has done an entire, she was sat at the trial every day. She did a podcast called The Trial. And she was there every day at the trial, and she reported the entire thing. And now she's convinced that Lucy Letby's guilty, and she's basically, this is her first head-to-head with her new lawyer, who's trying to get her back to the Court of Appeal. This is her first public confrontation with her new barrister, Mark MacDonald. And she's basically look at her, she's laughing, oh, I got him there, didn't I? Oh, she's so smug. But she's basically she's using the families essentially as oh, but the family, because she's using them as a sort of moral guilt trip to basically be saying, you should not be trying to free this serial killer from prison. She's oh, but the families say this, and the families say that you shouldn't be doing that, and the families say this. She's trying to guilt trip him and everybody else who thinks that she might be innocent into shutting up, basically.
I've gone to the best in the world. I've gone to the people that wrote the book, the people that wrote the papers, the people... This is the biggest review of neonatology in the criminal justice system in this country. ever completed, ever done. This blows the case out of the water. Now, you had a second follow-up question. What was that?
So I was going to say, have you seen those defence reports then? And what you're saying is that this evidence is different to what's in those defence reports?
This evidence here, it completely demolishes everything that was called at trial. Completely. And
the
it
evidence that
gives
wasn't called at trial is what I'm talking
it
about.
completely demolishes. This is a completely fresh and new approach to the whole of the neonatology medical records that was put before the jury.
Okay, right, 2 minutes in. That was what I was going to sample.
Completely. So the answer to your question is yes. And this,
I was saying, like when we watched this last stream, I was like, "That's Lucy Letby. They've already set her free from prison."
is something bigger and different. What you're trying to get at is, do I have empathy for what's going on?
No, what I'm asking you is...
Well, let me answer that question. Do I have empathy? Of course I have empathy. These families have been through hell. I have said if they want to look at these reports, then they can look at them. Because what I'm after is the truth. That's what I'm doing, and that's what these reports are.
They say
and they were able to engage with it. And you know another thing? Because I noticed yesterday you got a statement from the lead officer in the case. If he wants...
The lead officer in the case, Detective Superintendent Paul Hughes, ran straight to her and the Daily Mail saying, "This is disrespectful to the family." Oh, I just got my second retirement check. Doge hasn't screwed that up yet. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tip.
Wants to look at the report. Rather than dismiss it to you and the Daily Mail, why doesn't he just simply say, can we see these reports? Not dismiss them out of hand without looking at them. And
that's what you should do when you're a detective superintendent for the police. What you should do is you should say, "Oh, can I see these reports? Can I see this new evidence? Can I see it?" To read through it and consider it. Not run straight to the Daily Mail and be like, "This is disrespectful to the families. She's already been convicted." That's not what you should do as a detective. What you should do as a police detective is, detect things. Detect the truth.
That's what I'd expect a senior police officer to do.
One more question then.
Of course.
Those families say that there's a due legal process that's followed and that you could, put this application in, which you've done. But why did you need to hand deliver it? They say you're just full of publicity.
You know, because you ran the blog continuously in your podcast all the way through the trial. When it comes to media, you've been out there at the front of the media list. I know that. And you have it with the Daily Mail. And you had one narrative, and you captured that narrative really well, and you did it excellently because you're a brilliant journalist, all right? I'm not criticising. The fact is, every miscarriage of justice starts with a wrongful conviction. Every miscarriage of justice has landed up before the Court of Appeal and has been dismissed, but has gone back to the Court of Appeal. This has not happened before. The fresh evidence that we have is huge. And as I say, it blows the prosecution evidence out of the water. It is now up to the Criminal Cases Review Commission to look at it, but I cannot see any reason why they should now not be referred it back to the Court of Appeal.
So why wasn't this evidence brought up in the initial trial?
I wasn't the defence team at the initial trial. I took over after, and I took over in September of this year. And this is what I have put together with the international experts and all the expert reports. And now I'm relying upon that to go before the CCRC.
So that's like the really crucial thing here. And that's what the CCRC have to consider now. They have to consider, and the email that I'm going to get onto, this could be it. But basically the CCRC, they have to consider what is new evidence compared to what they had access to when the trial was going ahead. So they're going to have to consider whether... So he's got this panel, like this international panel of 14, like creme de la creme neonatology pediatrician experts from all around the world who have given their own opinions as to why they think these babies passed away. the CCRC have to consider whether they consider this new evidence or evidence that could have been accessed at the time of the trial, because what the Court of Appeal, because the CCRC basically have to make the decision as to whether they think the Court of Appeal would accept it as new evidence. So it's basically down to this sort of opinion of, is this new evidence, or was that technically evidence that could have been called at the time of the trial? And I would say that this is kind of a bit of it's a bit of a flaw in the way that the UK justice system works. Because, like, there could be any reason why some evidence was, like, not able to be called at the time of the trial. So, like, that's basically all down to the opinion of the people at the CCRC and the people at the Court of Appeal. We don't know what's going to happen. But this new email could definitely be considered new evidence that could, like, definitely go towards her appeal application. But anyway, let's get into it. But first of all, let's do the... She's going to start talking about Swiss cheese again. I might start talking about Swiss cheese at some point. All right, whereabouts was it? Was it about here? Oh, thank you, Pay Pig Loser Boy, for the 100 bits. Okay, yeah, that was that. I think this is gonna sound really good. Okay, are we ready? I love how cursed it gets at the end. Pay Pig Loser Boy, I saw your reaction to video on pay pigs on YouTube, and I am one myself. The reaction was so funny, and I loved it. That is a deep cut. That was like when I did that pay pigs reaction. That was so long ago. Oh my god. All right. We're moving into the UK section of the stream. You don't think you've ever seen that? That was maybe the first reaction, probably like the first stream highlight that I ever put on YouTube. I was reacting to a pay pig. That was like a couple of years ago now. All right. All right, just to remind you that the stream is sponsored by dogecore. Use code WHYME for 10% off at dogecore.com. I also have this t-shirt as well. I have to go and get the t-shirts over there, but Brooklyn's on my lap. Look at him. Look at him. Can I do this without annoying him too much? Now I want to show you the t-shirts that I got. Look. He is full of horrors beyond comprehension, and he must live with this knowledge alone. It is his burden, his curse, but also his gift to us, our protector. It's a little kitty. Also, I have a What the Dog Doing t-shirt. What the dog doing? What the dog doing? And also I have this one as well. I have given up. I have given up. And I have, is that a Labrador? Is that a Labrador on it? Yeah. I love dogecore. They always do t-shirts with cats on them, and I always freaking buy them. I got one ages ago that had a kitten on it. It said violence. How's the quality? So soft. Soft and durable. Do they pay you in free shirts? That and some money. Right, so this is her new lawyer. This is Lucy Letby's new lawyer. Mark McDonald. I actually didn't realise until this week, until I did a little bit of research on him, but he's actually quite an interesting dude. He actually used to work in the NHS, so he actually has loads of experience in the NHS, which would explain why he's now defending people, medical professionals who are convicted of being serial killers in the medical profession, because Ben Geen is one of these guys. He is another nurse that has been convicted of killing elderly people in his care. Oh, pay pig is back. Thank you. The pay pig trend is immense. In the last couple of years, more and more men have become pay pigs. It's always interested me why so many men happen to become pay pigs. I became one myself, and now I understand a bit more. Great. I think I have an oink. I used to have an oink. Maybe I don't have the oink anymore. No, I don't think I have the oink anymore. I think I replaced it with something else. Damn! But yeah, this is another nurse who's convicted of murdering people. But yeah, no, he founded the London Innocence Project. He's, yeah. Spent some time working in Palestine with the Bar Human Rights Committee, and on return set up the Labour Friends of Palestine and the Middle East. Now one of the largest and most influential in the Labour Party. He has debated at numerous universities in the Middle East. He has lectured, chaired events, written articles in major newspapers, appeared on the BBC, Sky and the Today programme, CNN, many other mainstream news agencies. He stood for Parliament. Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting guy. So yeah. You're just gonna keep. I love that I've got a pay pig in the chat. Love it. But anyway. So, right. Updates from this week. It got, right, yeah, Talk TV. Yeah, I know. But the thing is, like, with this story, there's so many fucking Tories talking about it. It's, like, across the board politically. That it's just such a weird, like, concoction of people who are, like, really vocal on this story. And a lot of them are Tories.
There is an explosive email, apparently, which appears to contradict prosecution claims that Lucy Letby was caught red-handed with a baby who subsequently died. This is a memo which was revealed yesterday. Apparently, it's a significant boost to the nurse's legal fight to overturn her convictions. This is based around Dr. Ravi Jayaram. Now, he was the only medical witness at Letby's 2 trials who was able to point to behaviour directly linking her to baby's deaths, testifying. This is the key. So he testified.
Revelation. Jesus.
That she was standing over baby Kay's cot as the girl was deteriorating and that she did not call for help. However, according to the paper, there is an email.
So yeah, that was his original story. So there's this big doctor, this big consultant in the trial called Dr. Ravi Jayaram, and he testified twice in front of a jury because this charge that he was involved in was part of the retrial as well. So he testified twice in front of a jury that he walked into a room where Lucy Letby was taking care of a baby, and his testimony is that he walked into that room because he was just suspicious of what she was doing. He just walked into there because he was suspicious of her. And he found her, when he got into that room, he found her standing over a baby, desaturating. Desaturating means that their oxygen levels are plummeting quite fast, meaning they need intervention quickly. He says that he found Lucy Letby. When he walked into that room, he found Lucy Letby standing over a baby, desaturating and doing nothing. And she had also switched off the monitor so that nobody else around could see. This is what he called catching her virtually red-handed, killing a baby. By the way, this baby didn't die. So this was attempted murder, not murder, but she got convicted of attempted murder because the baby survived. They've now found an email back from 2017 where he says that Lucy Letby, in fact, called him into the room. And we also had testimony from another nurse who was there at the time who said she heard the alarm going off. So not only was the alarm not switched off, not only was Lucy Letby not doing something. She was doing something. She was calling Dr. Ravi Jayaraj into the room to try and save the baby. This is massive because he essentially committed perjury. That, like, the only explanation for this, unless he's crazy, is that he lied twice under oath.
Now, which was sent on May the 4th, 2017, before she was investigated by the police, where Ravi Jayaraj wrote, at the time of deterioration, staff nurse Letby was at the incubator and called Dr. Jayaraj to inform him of low saturations. That means low O2 saturations. Also in this email, it's...
Where did this email come from? We don't know. Somebody is leaking this shit. We don't know. Like, that's another really weird thing. So we've had the Thirlwell inquiry now. And another thing that we found out at the Thirlwell inquiry is that Dr. Ravi Jayaraj supposedly found her virtually red-handed murdering a baby. What we found out at the Thirlwell inquiry is that he supposedly saw her do this. He didn't tell anyone about this event for a year after. Didn't tell anybody about it. Surely if you saw that, you would go straight to the fucking police. Didn't tell anyone for a year. That's what we found out at the Thirlwell inquiry. This inquiry that's supposed to be looking into how on earth we managed to allow a baby serial killer to work on wards in the UK for so long. That's what the Thirlwell inquiry is trying to figure out. So somebody sent this email into the Thirlwell inquiry, and the Thirlwell inquiry will not comment on it because they're like, oh, the investigation is still ongoing. There's going to be a write-up from everything that the Thirlwell inquiry finds in the fall of this year, around September time. They're writing it all up. The entire fucking probably pointless exercise is going to be written up, and they're going to put the report out in like later this year. So until they put that out, they're not even commenting on everything. So they won't comment on anything, and they won't comment on what this email means, why it's been leaked to the Thirlwell inquiry. They won't, and they didn't ask Ravi Jayaraj about it either. They didn't ask him. Like, surely that would be a massive thing that you would ask him about. But they didn't even, like, they brought him to the inquiry and they interviewed him, asked him a load of questions, didn't ask him about this email. So we're like, where did this email come from? They won't comment on it. We don't know how long that the Thirlwell inquiry has known about this email. It's a fucking mess.
Suggested that baby K's frailty was the cause of death, saying, Dr. Jayaraj said, the baby subsequently deteriorated and eventually died, but events around this would fit with explainable events associated with extreme prematurity.
Yeah, well, this is an extraordinary bombshell, because, remember, Lucy Letby, convicted of killing 7 babies, no one ever saw her actually do any of the things. It's all inferred, second-hand, as it were, from circumstantial evidence. So this doctor is really important because he says, I arrived, the baby was deteriorating, and Lucy Letby was standing next to the baby doing nothing. Okay, so this is the closest you get to an actual witness seeing Lucy Letby do something, as it were, to a baby. And it turns out now this message saying, A, she called for help, so it wasn't the case that she was standing around doing nothing, right? And so this version of events as presented by this email really is a bombshell moment. But as a psychiatrist, the thing that I found very weird about this case from the get-go is that you've got an extraordinary crime, right? A nurse kills 1 baby is an extraordinary crime, but kills 7, even more extraordinary. So the question to a psychiatrist is, where's the motivation? They never came up with an explanation for why this nurse would do this extraordinary thing, and that was very bizarre.
Well, they made one up. They made a motivation up and put it in front of the jury for them to, like, go off and think about. The motivation was that she wanted attention. They said that she had a crush on another doctor, on a consultant, and that she wanted attention from him, so that whenever baby's desaturated, he would be called into the room, and they could be in this crisis situation together, and then they would fall in love. That was the story that the prosecution made up. When you actually look at the messages between her and this supposed crush that she had, it was clearly an older consultant doctor. By the way, this older consultant doctor is married with teenage children. And he was constantly messaging her, and being very, very, very nice to her. And she was, I would say, friendly back, which you would be. But also, he was one of the only people who, at the time, through this entire period in her life where she was being accused of what she thought she was being accused at the beginning. She thought she was being accused of being a bad nurse. So she thought she was going to have to go and redo her competencies, which is essentially, as a nurse, having to go back to having to do a course again. It's a bit like me when I got caught speeding and I had to do that speed awareness course. If you're a nurse and you get caught fucking up a lot, you have to redo your competencies. And like, she thought that she would just have to redo her competencies for the longest time because these babies were dying around her because she was a bad nurse. And then it escalated to the point where she found out that the consultants were actually thinking that she was intentionally murdering them. It was fucking her up in the head. And this anonymous doctor, consultant, was basically the only person above her who was basically saying, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. I think there's like plausible explanations for these babies dying. I don't think it's you. So he was like the only person like in a position above her who was basically saying, I don't think you've done anything wrong. So obviously, like, she was clinging to him. He was like a source of, like, for her, he was a bit of a source of, like, you know, like, comfort from authority of, like, you've not done anything wrong. When the trial came along, he completely turned against her and he testified against her. And he anonymized himself because he didn't want any of it to get out. He anonymized himself and he completely turned against her and started giving evidence against her, saying that he thought that she was murdering these babies. At the time, he was being very, very, very friendly to her whilst being a married doctor.
Was there never a talk about notoriety or trying to achieve fame?
Not as far as I could see, because it was one of the longest court cases in British legal history. And, I mean, they came up with a kind of motivation along the lines of that she had something going on in terms of a crush on another doctor, and maybe doctors arriving because of an emergency was her way of connecting with this doctor. But it was a very weird, in my opinion, definition of a motivation. There have been throughout the worldwide and throughout history cases of doctors and nurses who have turned out to be serial killers, and the main motivation in that situation is called being a code blue junkie. Code blue is the American term for an emergency call-out. You've got a cardiac arrest on the unit, a pager emergency call-out goes, and the crash team arrives and jump up and down on the patient's chest and brings them back. So the code blue junkie is someone who gets off on this emergency situation and loves jumping up and down on people's chests. So they love it so much they start to generate the reasons. You know, they inject something into your potassium, into your drip feed, so that your heart stops, and then the emergency call-out team happens. But they never came up with that motivation in the Lucy Letby case. They never came up with any motivation. So it was kind of strange. You had this conviction this nurse was doing this incredibly bizarre behaviour, but no explanation as to why she'd be doing it. I find as a psychiatrist, often involved in legal cases, that was very strange.
So when that verdict was given down, were you surprised with the...
That is weird language. I don't think that's how you do CPR. I don't think you jump up and down on the chest to do CPR. I think you're meant to do compressions with your hands. I mean, I'm not a first aider, but
Not only that, but the judge, in sentencing her and coming to the telling her that she was guilty, used a very technical word, sadist. He said, "You are a sadist," right?
And there is a definition to that.
Yeah, sadism has a very specific motivational, technical meaning, which is that you did it because you enjoyed inflicting death or suffering. I thought it was extraordinary. What the judge was actually trying to say is, we think you're a very bad person, but don't use sadist, which invokes a whole legal implication in terms of the motivation, when there was no evidence presented that the reason why she was doing it because she was getting off on it in some kind of emotional way. So again, that was really worrying, because it suggests that the whole legal process or court process was not thinking very logically or very technically about motivation. They just decided she was a really bad person, and that was it. That was the motivation. Very strange.
It is very strange, and also it goes on to talk about the contradiction of the email in 2017. It talks about Jairam's evidence that was given at that time.
So one of the other questions is, what's the alternative explanation? Let's just assume for the minute, for the purpose of conversation, that actually she's innocent, right? The alternative explanation is you've got a unit that's doing really badly, babies are dropping dead, and rather than confront the fact, the management has to confront the fact.
They want to pin it on someone.
Yes, it's a scapegoating exercise, and that's terrible.
And
if that was the case.
Pointed to in the trial, though, wasn't it?
Because it was a unit that wasn't doing very well.
It wasn't at all.
Yeah, so,
But then also, if it says...
But that's the thing about the trial as well. The judge blocked basically any evidence that the unit wasn't doing well in general. Basically, the judge... There was a review. They saw the increase in mortality at the unit. There was a review. There was actually 2 reviews into the unit. The reviews came back with, you are understaffed, staff are undertrained, you have a bad culture, your nurses are worried about approaching consultants when they think that there are problems with babies. So many problems. There was a whole report about that. And the judge decided that that was not relevant evidence. So the jury never heard about it.
It's consistent with prematurity, or the rapid descent of the child was due to prematurity, you would see that. But also that would then point to the idea that they don't know how to manage prematurity very well.
And this team of experts that her she's got new lawyers, the new defence team have produced a team of experts, worldwide experts in neonatology from all around the world, who said that basically these babies were dying because they were really ill. That's the reason they were dying. And this is the bit
I find very interesting. So they have presented a 698-page report from 14 world-leading experts. Now,
did they say why? I have some of the transcripts, but essentially, he just thought that it was not relevant because the trial was about the specific charges to do with specific babies. So he thought that it wasn't relevant. But like, a whole big point that I'm going to be making is that judges and lawyers don't understand scientific evidence. They don't understand context. They don't understand data. And he made a massive, massive mistake.
If you remember, at the end of that trial, there were lots of experts around the world saying something isn't right about this. And the evidence that was presented is...
If the case is based on stats, it's very relevant. It is. But that's the thing about lawyers. They don't think that the case was based on stats. They don't even think that stats was involved. Like, that's how much they think that data is not involved in this trial, when it's literally, there is stats running through this entire trial, but judges and lawyers they don't understand that. They just don't. They're just like, statisticians. What those like maths nerds? Why are they involved? Like, that's how they think about it.
Isn't enough to convict her, but there again she was convicted of that crime. So they've brought together these 14 world leading experts, and they've looked at this, and all of them have said the babies died from poor care, prematurity and natural causes.
Yeah, and the other thing that happens in legal cases, and I've been involved in cases, you get a kind of arms race of who's got the best expert, right? So the qualifications are read out in great detail by the barrister saying, before I interview Professor so-and-so, can I just remind the court that you are, you know, the head of the Royal College, this, etc., etc. So the experts, without trying to be rude about the experts actually called, were not like worldwide recognised.
Sounds like she had a shit judge and even shittier representation. So the judge, I would say the judge was very biased. Her representation had to work under that judge and what that judge decided. Considering that he had to work under that judge, so her barrister was called Benjamin Myers, considering that he had to work under that judge, who was called Judge Goss, he did an exemplary job, considering the restrictions that he was put under by the judge. Like, the way that I think about it is, essentially, in this trial, the judge made it so that the prosecution, like every decision the judge made basically went against the defense. The prosecution were essentially put in this position where they could like shoot at an open goal the entire time. And the defense barrister, Benjamin Myers, representing Lucy Letby, he was basically like tied hands and feet to one of the goalposts. Couldn't move, right? And the prosecution is just like shooting penalties the entire time for every charge. Bang, 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 bang. Ben Myers, tied to one of the goalposts, still managed to stop some of them getting in. I think that's a testament to like how much of a good job he did in that situation. I would blame mostly in this trial, I would blame the judge mostly.
As experts, okay, they were competent doctors, right? But they were not world-leading authorities. Yet the legal defense team has now gone out and found a large number of people who really are widely recognised as being, you know, experts in a sense in which they are much more famous and known in the profession as being at the top of their game compared to the actual experts that are involved in the court case, and that's also very worrying, I think.
I would agree. And also, since the conviction, dozens of doctors, nurses, statisticians, law experts, scientists have come forward to criticise the way the evidence was presented to the jury, including Lord Sumption. If you remember, of course, he's a former judge at the Supreme Court. He said...
That's another massive Tory that's now agreeing with me. All of these Tories coming out from everywhere. But this guy called Lord Sumption. I know, what a name. Lord Sumption. Right. This guy, fucking massive libertarian conservative dude. But he's written an entire article now. Lord Sumption, Lucy Letby. Lord Sumption. Where's the article that he wrote? Oh, he went on LBC.
Lucy Letby, the nurse...
He actually went on LBC. Oh, I didn't even realise. Okay, we could watch that. It's only six minutes.
Letby is probably innocent. He added those questioning her convictions are too numerous and too well qualified to be dismissed as troublemakers.
Well, eminent statisticians have pointed to the fact that one of the main reasons she was convicted was this idea that she always seemed to be
on duty at the time of death of those babies.
Yeah, therefore they come up with a probability calculation that you'd have to win the national lottery sequentially. You know, the probabilities are so remote that she would be on call every single time a baby died. And the Royal Statistical Society has said that statistics is very dubious indeed as a reason to convict someone. So it's just the eminence of the people who are stepping forward is what I'm trying to say is very worrying.
So what happens now?
Well, the lawyer has said it seems to be very difficult to get the case reviewed. But if it is the case that actually we may never know whether she's guilty or innocent, what we can know is the process by which she was convicted may have been very dodgy. What is that telling us about failing Britain, the failing legal system and the failing NHS? You know, we seem to be a society spiralling downwards in terms of competence.
I think the most interesting thing you said there is about apportionment of blame. So if you've got a failing NHS trust, and we hear this time and time again, then obviously that is reflected in their rankings and in terms of their peer review and all the rest of it. And of course the managers of that would be very keen to find a reason that isn't reflective of the environment and work conditions of that hospital.
Well, we've got this thing, and I'm going to get myself into trouble now, called the CQC, the Care Quality Commission, and it's very doubtful, because I mean when West Streeting came in, he said they're not fit for purpose, but they're meant to be the main regulator that checks on the quality of healthcare, and there's a lot of questions about the way they inspect hospitals as to whether they actually know what they're doing or capable or competent to do that well. And that's crucial to keeping standards high in the NHS.
It is. Wow. That's an extraordinary report, isn't it? Raj, thank you for the moment. Crikey.
The most British ending to a news bulletin. Crikey! So anyway... Right. So this guy has, like, made his own entire wiki. He's basically listed every scholar academic that's looked at the case, and he's listing who is supporting the prosecution at this point and who is supporting the defense, and he's giving sources for all of it. Very interesting, isn't it? How many of them are supporting the defense, and how many of them are supporting the prosecution at this point? And then there's also the Countess of Chester Hospital ex-colleagues of Lucy Letby, who have so the nurses at the hospital, they were asked by the Thirlwell inquiry to answer a questionnaire, basically, and many of them said that they had they basically all said they had no concerns at the time. Some of them since the trial now have doubts and stuff, but they didn't think of anything at the time. It was only really the consultants who were suspicious of her at the time. So they've answered questions in this inquiry about Letby. And loads of them are basically saying that many of these answers to the questionnaires are saying that basically they still don't think that she's guilty. I wish I could, where's that one that I found? I can't remember, but basically a lot of these are I don't think I actually had no suspicions of her whatsoever, and I still don't believe that she's guilty. So yeah, quite that looks pretty bad, doesn't it? That looks pretty freaking bad. All right, let's watch this.
Lucy Letby, the nurse convicted of the murder of 7 babies while working at the Countess of Chester Hospital, is, according to one of Britain's most distinguished judges, probably innocent. Lord Jonathan Sumption has been reviewing the case, joins me live on the programme. Thank you very much indeed for coming on, Jonathan. What leads you to think she might probably be innocent?
The continual tide of expert opinion, highly qualified, which has emerged since the trial, which has shaken to its foundations the whole scientific basis on which she was convicted. Remember that there was no direct evidence against Lucy Letby, so that the whole prosecution case depended on constructing, sometime after the event, reconstructing events scientifically. And expert opinion since the trial suggests that a lot of that science was very questionable, and a lot of it was based on extremely questionable factual assumptions. I think you need to bear in mind that very premature babies are extremely vulnerable. The standards of neonatal care at the Countess of Chester Hospital were low. Deaths in neonatal units are very often unexplained. Now, the prosecution had to rule out all natural causes in order to sustain their case, but it doesn't seem to me that they came even close to that. Remember that of the 6 people she was accused of murdering, of the seven. Babies she was accused of murdering, 6 were the subject of careful...
This guy, he's as fidgety as I am.
...post-mortem examinations at a different hospital, Alder Hey, and 5 of those were found to have died from natural causes. The panel of distinguished experts assembled by Dr. Shu Lee has concluded, on the basis of the hospital notes, that death by natural causes, sometimes aggravated...
I have a Big Skies double dry hopped IPA by Adnams.
By unfortunate medical interventions by doctors, was the explanation in every single case.
Well, a lot of people will be hearing this, and the Time took the press conference to Shu Lee, and we've spoken to some of those who've been involved in the building of that expert evidence. A lot of people will be saying, well, 80%. Why wasn't either this heard at the original trial, and or, given that it wasn't heard at the original trial, how come there isn't another trial to hear that evidence, that side of the story?
Well, it's the responsibility of the defence of any criminal accused to assemble and call the evidence which they need in order to defend their client. Now, there are circumstances in which one decides not to call evidence. There may be tactical considerations. You may decide that you've made such a dent in cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses that you don't need to call any witnesses. We just don't know. And remember that her defence team at the trial are bound by professional obligations which prevent them from explaining it themselves. So we shouldn't draw any conclusions adverse to them.
Should someone be able to have a retrial on the basis of the defence was, let's put it diplomatically and slightly glibly, having an off day, didn't do a very good job?
Well, there are circumstances in which the defence can be so unsatisfactorily conducted that will justify a further trial. But look, the Court of Appeal is understandably concerned that it should protect the status of the trial process by preventing it from becoming a mere dry run with another go later. And I see the force of that. But to my mind, avoiding injustice is a lot more important than protecting the status of the trial process. And the case...
Look, he's not terribly awful across the board. He's not. In February 2025, Sumption told The Guardian he thought there was an arguable case that Israel's conduct in Gaza was genocidal. An arguable case. He also said that he was concerned about moves to suppress freedom of speech for supporters of Palestine, particularly in Germany. This is coming from a conservative, neoliberal and libertarian.
Case that an injustice has occurred here is really quite strong.
So do you think a retrial needs to go ahead even if there is no, quotes, new evidence to be presented at that retrial, that maybe the defence were so weak that this constitutes another go?
Well, I'm not saying that the defence was weak. I think that we can't say that until we know what their reasons were. But what is absolutely clear is that the failure to call evidence has, in fact, in hindsight, had very unfortunate consequences. Do I think that there should be a retrial? Yes, of course I do, because the prospect of somebody who may be innocent spending the rest of her life in jail and never having any hope of release is too horrifying to contemplate.
Is the process then of going about getting a retrial now left with the Criminal Cases Review Board? Is that all done too rigidly? There's not enough flexibility for them to be able to decide?
The CCRC can only refer cases back to the Court of Appeal if they think that there is a reasonable prospect that the Court of Appeal will overturn the conviction. And the Court of Appeal, well, they've got to guess, but the Court of Appeal is famously reluctant to overturn convictions, and that, of course, inhibits the CCRC in the cases it refers to the Court of Appeal. It refers less than 3% of all cases, and there have been some spectacular mistakes that they've made, notably in the case of Andrew Malkinson. So our system of appeals is...
Andrew Malkinson spent how long in prison? Andrew Malkinson, 17 years in prison for a brutal, violent rape that he did not commit. And the CCRC notoriously dragged their feet on his case, which is why it's thought that when it comes to this case, they've got a lot of bad press for doing that. So it's thought for this case, they're going to try and sort of possibly kind of regenerate their image a little bit with this one. Whether they will, I mean, that's still to be seen.
Extremely rigid.
Too rigid.
To my mind, that is very unfortunate.
Two very quick final ones. Do you think all this also sums up perhaps arguments for cases that shouldn't have a jury? It should be led by a judge?
Well, I think the advantage of cases being tried by a judge is that the judge has to set out his reasons, set out his analysis of the evidence in detail, and that makes it much easier to decide if a mistake has been made, whereas juries don't give their reasons and can hardly be asked to. They may have 12 different reasons.
So yeah, that is an ex-Supreme Court justice now saying, I think there are massive flaws in this trial. Like, I saw this freaking trial, like, I saw the first sort of big article that came out about this trial possibly being one of the biggest miscarriages in UK history, was the New Yorker article that came out, I think over a year ago now, that was originally blocked in the UK. It was essentially censored in the UK because you're not supposed to write about trials that are ongoing. Like, you're not supposed to write... I'm not sure what the law is specifically. You're not meant to write opinion pieces about trials that are ongoing or something. And because the retrial was still in process, they essentially blocked it in the UK. And then I only found out about it once the retrial had come to a decision that she was convicted of that attempted murder. But like as soon as I saw that New Yorker article, because people in the UK had started talking about it finally after the retrial was over, like as soon as I saw that article, I read through it and I was just like, this screams just bad science and just logical fallacies. There are logical fallacies all over this case and really, really bad biased expert witnesses. And I think thanks to the last video that I did, in the ways that I learned that the scientific process is so flawed, made it so easy for me to like see that immediately, like how flawed the entire thing was. But I never thought at the time that the story would actually get this big so quickly, to be honest. I thought it would take a little while. But yeah, it's just snowballed and snowballed ever since then. Yeah, I've been reading the Private Eye coverage as well. Phil Hammond has been brilliant on the case. He tweeted something recently about Sweden, which I'll show you. Let me find it. So he's been like covering the how the fuck do you find your bookmarks on Twitter now? Oh, there they are. Oh, wait, I bookmarked something by. Shall we have a Jordan Peterson break? I wanted to watch this. Wait, what was I looking for? Oh yeah, the Sweden thing. Wait, let me find his tweet about Sweden. Because basically, like, a lot of this case, I feel like the reason it went to trial is because basically the consultants, where they got suspicious of Letby, but when they found out that if they were wrong about Letby, then that would point the culpability back to themselves. It means that if they were wrong about Letby killing the babies, it would have meant that their own incompetence would have killed the babies, which is what set this case off in the beginning into a sort of snowballing situation in which the consultants decided to go straight to the police. Because if they didn't do that, the blame would have been directed directly back at them for being incompetent. But so he tweeted a quote from Jeremy Hunt, of all people, right? Jeremy Hunt. He tweeted a quote from Jeremy Hunt's book, From Zero. So this is a quote about, yes, boo, but this is an instance of Jeremy Hunt being very based. Okay, I'm sorry to say. Okay, let me explain. One of the many harms of the trial of Letby is that it may put nurses off careers in maternity and neonatal care, and we have gone back to the dark old days of blame and litigation, which is horribly adversarial, rarely gets to the truth, rarely fully involves parents, and rarely makes care safer for mothers and babies. There is a better way. Staring is in the face from Scandinavia. Scandinavia got something right. Something right again. Wow, that's loud. Former Health Secretary Jeremy Hunt knew this, but wasn't able to implement it. We just keep trying. As many as 1,000 babies a year are dying avoidably in the UK, or 3 a day for want of better care and a better safety system. Let me turn my...
Up to yours, woke moralist. We'll see who cancels who.
Okay, I've turned it down now. So, as many as 1,000 babies a year are dying avoidably in the UK, or 3 a day for want of better care and a better safety system. So this is what Jeremy Hunt said, because basically what's happened in the Lucy Letby case is that consultants were dealing with an increased death rate of babies. They didn't want to admit fault themselves because they knew that they would be admitting culpability. They would be admitting that the increased rate in deaths was their fault. That's why the entire thing ended up being honed in on Lucy Letby, because they were scared of it coming back on themselves. So this is how Sweden gets around that issue, because essentially what happens most of the time is that these issues just don't get reported because people are scared. Doctors are scared of being blamed for people's deaths, because then they get legal ramifications for it. So Sweden has fixed this problem. So in Sweden, they have reduced serious incidents in maternity by half over the last decade and have very few court cases. So like a massive expense in the NHS is negligence court cases. It's a huge expense for the NHS because patients who get bad treatment, who end up with like life debilitating conditions, end up in those positions a hell of a lot because doctors are overstretched and they forget things and they give people the wrong treatments, they misdiagnose people. So the NHS ends up spending a hell of a lot on litigation, which is a huge waste of money, right? So Sweden sorted out this problem. The result is that they have been able to build a learning culture that has given them one of the best records in Europe on maternity safety. If the UK had the same mortality rates as Sweden, nearly 1,000 more babies would live every year, the equivalent of 3 babies' lives saved every day. Sweden's stillbirth and neonatal mortality rate is lower than the UK's 3.114 and 1.4 per 1,000 births, 15 compared to 3.9 and 2.816, and the proportion of inductions and caesareans in Sweden is lower than in England, 25% numbers. The Swedish system has 4 stages. The first is a no-blame investigation. No-blame investigation involving families and clinicians to find out what happened and why. Families and clinicians often sit down together to fill in the claim forms for patient injuries, and because the claims are investigated in a non-adversarial way, conclusions are reached much more quickly, normally within 6 months. The second stage is to ask whether what happened was avoidable. This is much less toxic than in England, where the question is about clinical negligence. Even in Sweden, over half of compensation cases are rejected because the events concerned are not deemed to be avoidable. But when they are accepted, the third stage kicks in, which is to work out how to support and promote learning, not punishment, learning from what went wrong. This is followed by the final stage, which is to support families so that they do not feel the need to litigate. Although they remain free to go to court at any stage, they rarely do, because to secure the same level of compensation, they only need agreement that something went wrong. Proving something is avoidable is a lower bar than getting a court to agree that a doctor was clinically negligent. You might think that would make the Swedish system more expensive because it covers many more instances, but in fact the opposite is the case, because the Swedish system, and those that operate in Denmark, Norway and Finland, which are broadly similar, encourages a positive learning culture. They have a much better safety record with many fewer instances of harm and therefore far fewer court cases. Compensation levels are calculated solely on the basis of additional top-up costs needed by families in addition to state-provided care. When you combine this with a much lower level of serious incidents, the total proportion of health spend taken up by clinical negligence claims is around half that of England. A non-adversarial approach results in more learning and fewer tragedies. Hunt, Jeremy. 0. Eliminating unnecessary deaths in a post-pandemic NHS. So, if that's all true, Sweden has, got it so right. So right. And, we would have not ended up in any of this situation if we had a process like that, where we would just have a sort of inquisitorial system into medical mistakes, medical negligence, and not an adversarial one where we're like, well, if it's your fault, then you're going to be punished. Suppose incompetence before malice. Yeah, but even so, incompetence, that can be a crime, but we should sort of give people the benefit of the doubt. We should do things in good faith. We should protect people working in medical professions where they're incredibly stressed. And sometimes the situations that they work in are so incredibly stressful that any normal person would make mistakes. And in that kind of profession, you can make mistakes that end up in the death of someone. It's the worst kind of profession to be stressed in. Nobody should be stressed in that profession. But when they do get stressed, it's not their fault that they're stressed. It's the fact that we don't put enough money into the NHS and then they get stressed. It's austerity. It's basically austerity that is the culprit. Anyway. All right, let's watch this Jordan Peterson clip. Where he's... How fucking red is he? Like, what?
Because if you tell the truth, what should happen as a consequence of the truth makes itself manifest in the world. And that's the best possible outcome. But it's also the most adventurous thing that you can do, the most exciting thing you can do, hands down. There's nothing that compares to it. That pathway of maximal responsibility, voluntary responsibility, and truth. And I understand that deeply at a religious level. I understand that that's the symbolic world on which our productive and peaceful culture was properly founded. And I
wish I knew what the question was. They cut out the question. What on earth is he responding to?
I've seen the...
I mean, knowing Jordan Peterson, it could be anything.
Effect of...
He could have been like, what's the meaning of the word is?
Communicating that to people. Thousands of people. And it's a great privilege to serve that role, but it's also overwhelming. You know, I think it is one of the things that made me... I was ill for quite a long time. And I think that that was part of the reason, just seeing this, like this malaise so deep, and that's also so easily addressed in a sense. You know, it's that paradoxical combination of depth of suffering and ease of rectification, you know, and I kind of understood what the conservatives have done wrong all along. You know, they tend to moralize in a finger-wagging way. You know, you should do this, you should do that. And
I feel like I'm watching Peep Show and like, this is Jeremy, like after he's had a bit of acid, and this is Mark.
There's truth in that, you know, that imposition of mature structure on immature hedonism and disunion and disorientation.
What the fuck? So yeah, Jordan Peterson is fine. He's as fine as ever. All right, I'm gonna go for a pesh, and then I'm gonna come right back and carry on. I might do a little bit more Letby, but then we're gonna get on to King Charles playing the carrot. And the theme park, of course. Yeah, the theme park. But King Charles playing the carrot? Guys! King Charles played the carrot. I need to get the piss song up. Oh. Piss. King Sausage Fingers. Oh yeah, I'm going to watch that Celebrity Big Brother thing as well with Jojo Siwa. Yeah, okay.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now.
Cold whiny.
I can't talk right now.
Get 10% off.
I can't talk right now. I'm making
Get your very own phone
I can't
case.
talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I like to move it, move. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk.
I wash my hands. Of course I wash my hands.
I even had time to go downstairs and grab me a bottle of Sainsbury's own diet lemonade. All right? Oh. So yeah, I mean, just to finish off the Lucy Letby thing, this is the huge story that came out this week. Basically, somebody leaked this email to the Thirlwell Inquiry where Ravi Jairam says that Lucy Letby actually called him for help when this baby was desaturating, rather than his story that he told the jury, which was he walked in to find her virtually murdering a baby. Crazy shit. All right, we'll move on to yeah, if you want the whole story, this is the article to read. I'm just pointing that out. Let's move on to King Charles playing the carrot. I mean,
it's not every day you see a king playing a carrot like a recorder, but today is one of those days. King Charles got into the swing of it when the London Vegetable Orchestra came to Windsor Castle for an event celebrating the music community. The LVO claims to be the UK's only vegetable orchestra, a bold claim to be sure. It's comprised of real
my pay pig is back. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pay Pig.
Actual professional musicians who met while studying at the Royal Academy of Music. They play with homegrown instruments carved out of zucchini, eggplants, and squash, among other vegetables. But a, quote, soaring lineup of carrot recorders is the group's mainstay. The impromptu...
I mean, is he actually playing notes there? Is he actually playing the correct notes? Because I need an isolated track of King Charles and the actual notes he was playing, because I'm suspicious that he was even tooting anything in tune.
Nursery rhyme session was a welcome public appearance for Charles, who has been undergoing treatment for cancer. He was briefly hospitalized on Thursday for side effects from that treatment. But the monarch looked to be in good spirits while playing the carrot, and really, who wouldn't be? This is Inside Edition Digital.
Wow, top news from the UK this week. No. What else do we have? What else do we have? We have more little nuggets. We have some more little nuggets. Somebody's trying to trigger me because they put this in the Discord. They obviously watched my stream last week where they made me watch a clip of Jimmy Kimmel or Fallon or whatever his name is. They made me watch a clip of him and they made me cringe. And I said how much I hate him, and now you're sending me this. Saturday night cringe is coming to the UK, apparently. It's due to premiere in 2026. Oh. After numerous failed attempts to recreate late night comedy, I wonder why. Is it because we fucking hate it? Thank you, Paypig. After numerous failed attempts to recreate late night comedy format that has proved so successful in the US, Sky has announced it is making a British version of the show to premiere next year. Crucially, the show's original creator and champion, Lorne Michaels, will be an executive producer. The broadcaster is already promising a star-studded lineup of hosts, adding that it will be filmed in London. It is also promising to stay true to the US's show's live, fast-paced style, which has included comedy sketches, a roster of comic presenters and musical guests, with a cast list of the funniest British comedians around. We already have it. We already have what we need, and it's called panel shows. We have panel shows. That's our thing. You keep your thing, we'll have our thing. It will no doubt be a draw for leading comedians in the UK, as the US original has launched the careers of comedy royalty, including Bill Murray, Eddie Murphy, Tina Fey, Will Ferrell, and Mike Myers. Honestly, they've already tried to do this. They tried to do it with they tried to do it on Dave, and they cancelled it for a while. I've forgotten what it was called. Was it called The Mash or something? The Mash? They tried doing it and they freaking cancelled it, didn't they? They just fucking cancelled it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work here. We don't like it. I think what we like is watching, I don't know, we like watching comedians like do little quizzes and challenges and like bartering with each other. I don't think we like watching live things where like comedians are like actively trying to make the audience laugh, and there's an audience that are like, that was funny. Like, I think that's what we don't like. I like it when, like, I think we like, I don't know. I think we like it when like we watch comedians bantering with each other. I think that works very well. But if we did a thing where we were like, where the comedians were like actively trying to make the audience laugh rather than each other, I think that's the thing that like doesn't work that well here. For some reason. It just doesn't. Like when you have an audience who are like, ah, that was really funny. Woo! Yeah! That's very American. Like you need to have the audience like passively laughing. Like you need to feel like you're watching a group of friends on stage just like having a pint. I think that's what it needs to feel like. It can't feel like they're trying too hard. I feel like that's what SNL feels like to me. It feels like they're trying really hard to make me laugh, and that's what puts me off. Whereas on a panel show, it just looks like it feels like you're eavesdropping on some friends who are just like having a pint. I think that's what makes it work for me. I don't know, that's just my opinion though. Maybe this will be amazing. Like for some reason Taskmaster didn't work when it went to the US. And I feel like Taskmaster is one of my favorite shows to watch. And it's probably it feels really fun to watch because they're watching each other do silly shit. And they're taking the piss out of each other. And they're making like idiots out of themselves. And it's like they're not trying to actively make the audience laugh. Like nothing's directly for the audience. Which I think is the difference. I don't know, but Taskmaster never didn't really work in the US. But that could just be luck though. Sometimes it's just down to the talent that you have and the way that like comedians like gel. Because on Taskmaster in the UK, you have Alex Horne and Greg Davies who work really, really, really well together. And then you always have a brilliant lineup of comedians who do the tasks. But yeah, I watched a few clips of like the American version. I was like, this is not not working as well. But we've already got plenty of amazing comedy programs here. We don't need a reboot of SNL just because that's what the Americans do. Sky's chief content officer, Cecile Frotkutas, said, for over 50 years, Saturday Night Live has held a unique position in TV and in our collective culture, reflecting and creating the global conversation, all under the masterful comedic guidance of Lorne Michaels. The show has discovered and nurtured countless comedy and musical talents over the years, and we are thrilled to be partnering with Lorne and the SNL team to bring an all-British version of the show. The move is a gamble by Sky, given the number of previous attempts to recreate a live late-night comedy show concentrating on topical issues. While the UK has had a number of hit comedy panel shows, such as Have I Got News For You? Yay! The live sketch-style program has not endured in the same way. See, Have I Got News For You is just like top-tier, S-tier. That's obviously what we want. We want a panel show where we have people, like, it just looks like they're just sat around a table in the pub talking about what happened in the news that week, and they're just taking the piss out of everything. That's what we want. We don't want sketches. we don't want sketches like where the audience are like, ha, woo, where the audience just randomly starts clapping. Why do you, America, why do you start clapping when people make jokes? That's cringe. Why do you clap jokes? Laugh at jokes. You laugh at jokes. You don't clap them. You laugh at them because they're funny. You don't clap them. In the 1980s, Saturday Live was launched and similarly featured rising and established talent, including Ben Elton, Harry Anfield, Stephen Fry, Tracy Ullman, Adrian Edmondson, and Rick Mayall. It was moved to Friday nights for its third series before being cancelled. It was briefly revived in 1996, hosted by Lee Hurst. Channel 4 launched Saturday Zoo in the early 1990s. Saturday Zoo? I don't even remember this. I guess I was very, very, very young at the time. I was a baby, but still. Featuring comedy celebrity interviews, it ran for 13 episodes. Channel 4's The 11 O'Clock Show also worked with up-and-coming comedians. I remember that. Also worked with up-and-coming comedians and boosted the careers of Ricky Gervais, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Jimmy Carr. I liked Ricky Gervais at the start of his career. He is just a transphobic, grumpy, unfunny old man now. I used to like him back when he did The Office. I thought he was great. It's very sad what Ricky Gervais has become. He's not funny anymore. He's just depressing. Brian Logan, The Guardian's comedy critic, said there was a strange alchemy in the early successes of SNL in the US that has made it self-sustaining. They're quite different comedy cultures, he said. It's not just that SNL that has been tried there before, but also late-night talk shows and comedy shows. And America has experimented with panel shows which never seem to take off in America, but are a massive comedy vehicle for comedians in the UK. So there is clearly something going on whereby these things don't always transfer. But if the NSL team are involved in this one, it stands a better chance. Does it? Does it? I don't know. It really, I don't know, because if the producers are coming over who are actually American, unless they properly work with the British comedians in a really good way that makes it work, it's not gonna. If you just bring the American shit over here the way it is and you don't change it in any way, it's not gonna work. Others in the TV industry said the format's mixed success in the UK comes down to money. In the US, the show's backers are able to pay and retain top comedy talent. That's true, but shows in the UK made on far lower budgets often lose their star performers to more lucrative ventures. That is also very true. You can afford in America, you can afford to literally have a guest host on SNL who is an A-list Hollywood movie star, or Ariana fucking Grande. Can you imagine Ariana Grande guest hosting Have I Got News for You? They could not afford anywhere near any celebrity like that. So it's you can't rely on the star profile for a show like that in the UK. What you have to rely on is pure comedic talent, I guess, and I guess we do also rely on the familiar faces, but it's familiar faces who have worked up for years in the panel show circuit. People like Paul Merton and Ian Hislop who have done Have I Got News for You literally for decades, and I think somehow the BBC has managed to keep hold of Have I Got News for You for decades. But I think they are paid something like 20 grand an episode at this point. Our our license fees are basically all going to Paul Merton and Ian Hislop. I don't know how much they get paid, but they get paid a hell of a lot just to sort of keep hold of them. Yeah. What about Jason Manford? Fuck Jason Manford, honestly. You know what, Jason Manford is a Facebook comedian. Jason Manford is a Facebook comedian. He makes your mum laugh. That's what Jason Manford is. Right. We have one more thing. Trussy, baby! It's the Trussy!
I think everyone in this room naturally thinks Bitcoin is a great tool because the government can't steal it, they can't control it, and they can't print it. Do you see Bitcoin as a tool for government?
I see it as a tool for taking power away from government. And that is why I fundamentally support it. And in fact, when I was in the Treasury back in 2017, I wanted us to become a leading country for...
It does take power away from the government. You know what it brings power to? Anybody who already has Bitcoin. You know who those people are? People who are already rich.
Bitcoin and crypto. But there was such huge resistance from the usual suspects at the Bank of England, at the FSA, etc., wherever it became the FCA. There was huge resistance because the bureaucracy know perfectly well that it is an antidote to their power, which is why they hate it so much, and they do hate it. And this is also why central banks are trying to introduce CBDCs, because they want to control it, they want to have the control, they want to use it as a way of having more control over the population. And this is why it is such a good thing, in my opinion, that Bitcoin is doing well.
She has no fucking idea what she's talking about. I can fucking tell. She doesn't know what a ledger is. She doesn't know what a blockchain is. She has a fucking clue.
I will say I'm a supporter of the fact gold is doing well as well, because what we have seen over the past 30 or 40 years is a complete failure of fiat currency, a complete failure of central banks, and they're not being held to account. The Bank of England has not been held to...
And if you think Bitcoin is the answer to that, then you have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
...account for the fact it printed lots of money and created huge amounts of inflation, that it essentially bankrolled huge levels of public spending that are now creating this demand for increased taxation. These institutions are not being held to account. And as I said, I don't think the change is going to come top down in Britain. I think the change will.
It is funny that she would all of a sudden say this when she's the one that crashed the pound. It is quite funny.
Come from grassroots movements, and it won't just be the Bitcoiners. It will be the Bitcoiners, the farmers, the small businesses, the people who are, concerned that their town has gone downhill. All of those people need to coalesce and understand that the big problem we've got in this country is a very unaccountable state and how big and powerful it has got.
It would be I think everyone in this room naturally thinks Bitcoin is a great tool because the government can't steal it, they can't control
I wonder where she is. Is she at some kind of
and they can't print it.
Conference? She is everywhere right now. She is a disease. She is just, you cannot get away from her. She's just everywhere. Being interviewed, getting on stages. Idiot con. Yeah. You just can't get rid of her, can you? All right, let's go on to this whole Big Brother thing. So, for a start, I didn't. Not only did I not know that Jojo, Siwa, and Micky Rourke were in Celebrity Big Brother, I didn't even know Celebrity Big Brother was still a thing. I didn't even know Big Brother was still a thing. What the fuck is... Like, I can understand why Mickey Rourke might be on there. He's probably not got much going on nowadays. I'm, like, he's, like, in his 70s now. He's not doing much. Jojo Siwa, on the other hand, what the fuck is she doing in the UK Big Brother, celebrity Big Brother house? She's got a fucking career. Like, regardless of what you might think of Jojo Siwa's career, she's selling... You can't deny that she's selling VIP tickets for, like, how much were they? $700 to her fans or whatever? So, like, she was selling VIP tickets to her tour. Very recently, wasn't she? And, like, these VIP tickets were essentially, you can pay to help me set up my stage on my tour. You can help me set up the stage. You can pay for that. Or get your parents to pay for that. Hundreds of dollars. I think it was like $1,000. So what's she doing on Celebrity Big Brother? Like, this is for irrelevant. This is purely for irrelevant celebrities. So what's she even doing here? Putting herself in situations, putting herself in situations where senile, old, washed up celebrities can start being homophobic towards her. How is that even happening?
I don't have dishonorable intention. I'm just talking smack. Boy, did I get chewed out.
You got in trouble?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Mickey Rourke threatened with eviction from the Celebrity Big Brother house after a conversation with Jojo Siwa about her sexuality. In this preview clip of the UK series, we get a sneak peek of the aftermath.
You can't say that.
Seriously, these presenters, they look like honestly, they just seem like they're NPCs to me. I feel like they're not real people.
Rourke threatened with eviction from the Celebrity Big Brother house after a conversation with Jojo.
Who talks like that?
Jojo Siwa about her sexuality. In this preview clip of the UK series, we get a sneak peek of the aftermath.
You can't say that, Mickey.
One breath at a time, troops. One breath at a time.
But what actually goes down in the new episode airing Wednesday night? Well, according to reports, the Oscar winner asks Jojo whether she likes boys or girls, then promises, if I can stay longer than 4 days, you won't be gay anymore. He threatens to, quote, vote the lesbian out, and reportedly uses a homophobic slur, which was caught on camera.
I didn't say out of meanness.
I understand it. You might have thought it would be uninsulting, but it's the way it's perceived on other people. So Jojo was very upset earlier, bless her, but
you were? Sorry.
We're still upset.
You can bet Big Brother steps in.
Mickey, Big Brother thinks your language was offensive and unacceptable.
I'm only watching this one and not the original one that's down here because I feel like they might take me down if I do.
All right. I can understand that.
As a result, Big Brother is giving you a formal warning.
Translation, if it happens again, he's gone.
I don't have dishonorable intention. I'm just talking smack.
Mickey ends up apologizing directly to Jojo, which she accepted.
Oh God, this could be great or this could be horrible.
She's one of 13 housemates on the show's new season, which premiered this week on ITV. The Dance Moms alum came out publicly back in 2021. Today, she's dating Australian actor Kath Ebbs.
How much happier are you now that you can be you, openly?
I'm so happy. I think every little gay human knows when they're a kid, and it's something that you hide inside until you are ready to share with the world. And finally sharing it with the world and having the world accept me and celebrate me just felt so nice. I've been in this public eye for over half my life now, and so I know that I have a voice and I know that I have a platform, and so I try to share encouragement with the world and show them that you can be who you are.
And then you
is like so radical. Like nobody's ever done this before.
Anyway. Shall we get onto the theme park? We need to move on.
Europe will get its first universal theme park after the British government secured a deal with the US media giant Comcast. The park will be based.
You know what? I bet like there's like an entire industry of YouTubers who all they do is just go around to different theme parks. Like they have the easiest job ever. I bet they're so fucking excited about this because they just know they're going to make so much money.
Based in Bedfordshire, and it's expected to create 28,000 jobs when it opens in 6 years. The resort...
They're the worst. I hate them. Jenny Nicholson call out. Like, no, they're just like these sort of... They're kind of small channels, but they get loads of views because they're basically like family channels. And they go around like reviewing theme parks. And like... But like other families watch them. Like my sister has kids, so like she just watches these theme park YouTube channels because she's wondering which ones to go to. But also her kids want to watch them as well, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I want to go there. I want to go there." So like these fucking like there's these YouTube channels that just make loads of money from just going on holiday with their kids and being like putting a camera up, being like, "So yeah, now we're going on the Crash Bandicoot ride or whatever the fuck," and then after they got off the ride they're like, "So yeah, that was really good, the kids loved it, what do you think, kids?" "Yeah, we thought it was great." And then they get like fucking thousands of pounds.
It will be based on many of Universal hit movies, including The Minions and Jurassic Park. Well, our employment correspondent Zoe Conway reports.
The sun nearly always shines.
Maybe I should do my own Jenny Nicholson style video when they finally put this out, and then it gets shut down because it goes out of business for whatever reason. I should make my own 4-hour Jenny Nicholson style video about the UK Universal Park. Lucy Letby theme park.
There's magic all around. Universal Orlando is one of the most popular resorts in the world. Now just imagine all the wizards, superheroes and monsters transported here to the site of a disused brickworks near Kempston in Bedfordshire. Comcast, Universal's owner, says the resort will bring a £50 billion boost to the economy and create 28,000 jobs.
Right, so yeah, you created a job for me. A 4-hour video essay, baby. Yeah!
No wonder the Prime Minister looked pleased as he was given a tour of the plans by Comcast President Mike Kavanagh.
And you gradually work your way around the park to different lands, four different lands.
The government recently gave the go-ahead to the expansion of nearby Luton.
You reveal the beers that like the shitty lagers that they'll probably serve in plastic cups.
Airport, and has promised to invest in local transport links.
We're just so pleased that the government are coming on board and they're doing the infrastructure, and some of the brightest and most fantastic people at Universal are working on these problems, and it's just going to be the best news that's happened to our town in a very long time.
It'll be another 6 years before the adventure can begin, and what Universal says will become the largest visitor attraction in the UK. Zoe Conway, BBC News.
Well, our correspondent Jo Black is at that site in Bedfordshire. She gave us an update.
Yes, I'm standing on the site, as you can
So that's what it looks like right now. Just a pile of bricks, baby.
see. There's a big pile of bricks behind me. I'm standing in some brick rubble, as you were just saying. This used to be brickwork, so it's old industrial land. But this site is about 500 acres. It's just south of Bedford, and as you've just...
I would play on that. You don't need to build anything. Like, I would play on that concrete block.
That looks like a fun ride to me.
Been hearing it could become the UK's biggest tourist attraction, bringing visitors not only from around this country but also from around the world. And there does seem to be a lot of support locally for this. Of course, there will be residents who are worried about disruption as the construction phase starts.
There's a special ride where you can just choose any brick and just lob it at another kid.
But many people are supportive, and if you talk to the local authorities, the leaders there,
you pay a guy called Barry Crisp £1
from Bedfordshire and the neighbouring areas, they are in
that's a deep cut. Anyone get that?
Favour of what this project could bring, the potential it could bring to this area. Even Universal, when they were in their engagement phase, they were talking to people face to face, of course, but they did a survey and had 6,000 plus respondents, and they said that 92% of those were supportive of this project. Now, the geography, as I say, we're just south of Bedford. 30 miles in that direction is Cambridge. We're 55 miles down south is London. But
if you lob a brick and it reaches Cambridge, you get a free brick.
20 miles down the road is London Luton Airport. And as you just heard in Zoe's report there, last week the government gave permission for that airport to expand, so there will be more passengers using that airport in the years to come. Also, 5 miles in that direction, there is a new rail station, and there could even be more rail facilities. There could be actually a rail station very near the park if East West Rail, a rail line designed to
East-West Rail
connect Oxford and Cambridge if all their proposals get the go-ahead. So there could be plenty of rail facilities around here. And yes, you know, it could really, all of this infrastructure, all these big projects getting the go-ahead sort of all together, all combining, could really put this area on the map and bring the investment and the growth that the UK government is just so keen to see.
Yeah, really keen, and you could see the Prime Minister was really
that's the only way that the next generation is going to get on the property ladder. If they win enough bricks at this new theme park,
happy when that announcement
then they can build their own house.
Universal was made.
Yes, and if you talk to people around here, if you talk to Universal, they say there could be around 28,000 jobs created as a result of this park and resort coming here. That would be 20,000 people in the construction phase, around 8,000, maybe even 10,000 when the park is operational. And Universal say that would be around 80% of those workers would come from the surrounding areas. So there is a lot of excitement about what this park could bring.
Yeah, there certainly is. Our thanks to Joe Black at that disused brickwork site in Bedfordshire, where in 6 years' time it will be completely transformed into a Universal theme park.
Transformed. Woo! Shall we watch one of the really excited theme park YouTubers?
It's officially happening. Universal has announced they do intend to build their first Universal branded theme park and resort for Europe in the United Kingdom.
I think I can find a better one than this. Hang on. Universal Theme Park UK. I think this is one of the guys.
It's been just
yeah. I think this is one of the channels that my sister watches.
over 24 hours since Universal Studios Great Britain,
look at how excited he is,
was confirmed to be going ahead. And in this video, I'm going to take a detailed look at the concept art for this new Universal theme park and resort.
Mate, this entire 27 minutes is going to be spent looking deeply into one picture.
I just can't believe it. Still, like over 24 hours later, and I am just made up with this absolutely amazing news for the UK theme park industry and tourism in the UK. It really is going to be absolutely fantastic. And we've all had time now.
He really is just going to be looking at this one pit. Like I told you, they're going to be so fucking excited. These theme park YouTuber guys.
See here and talk all about.
He really is just zooming into the picture and just and just like speculating at what it could all be.
Nothing is too small for this. I just want to go through everything that we can see here, all the different details, starting off with what looks to be the security area.
We're really going into detail on this rendering.
And that you will come through to get there onto the plaza, or at least there's a covered over area that we can see there. Could it possibly be the turnstiles would be in that section as well? I mean, at Universal...
Could it be the turnstiles, guys?
Epic Universe, they've actually combined like the turnstile area and also security before getting to the archways. So that could possibly be what we're going to see here with this park. But I guess we'll see. But yeah, you've got the undercover area there coming from the front. It's also worth pointing out we can't see City Walk, or at least we don't think we can see City Walk in this concept art. Obviously, there's a small chance that, you know, could that possibly be just the buildings around the side of the plaza? But I don't think so. I think what we're more looking at here is just the entrance plaza building.
Oh, God.
A ticketing area, guest services.
We're still on the same, like, we're 3 minutes 38 in. We're still on the same part of the image.
All a pick up, anything like that. Yeah, it looks quite interesting how that's over on that side. Here on the left-hand side, you can see what looks like part of the hotel there, the fact that you've got the hotel structure on it. But it kind of also looks a little bit like a show building there as well, doesn't it? Which is film. And then we look at the buildings. We've got a bit of an Art Deco style going on. A little bit of like a Mediterranean style, it seems, there as well. And you look at the planting, it all looks very green down the middle. Can't really see palm out into the park.
There's no palm trees. I wonder why there's no palm trees. Is it because it's in the UK, maybe?
Certainly seems like that there to me. You've got like a little round area going out into the water there. Again, could that be a viewing area for possibly a nighttime show? Some sort of water-based boat ride, maybe, that we're seeing there. In terms of what this could be themed to, it could be anything. It could be trolls. It looks very colourful here. It clearly looks like more of a family land than a thrill land. So could this be trolls, possibly? Could it be DreamWorks related? Could we be seeing something a bit more British, Paddington, maybe with this area?
Oh, a Paddington land.
Yeah, it looks quite interesting. Quite a small little land. For all we know, there could be, you know, some more indoor attractions here in the building. I mean, that spike looks like it's huge. It's hard to get an idea on.
Wait, is it like one of those? Is it one of those coasters that goes up and then it goes down the other side? I was like, where does that go? You just like whoop. It just launches people into oblivion.
On the scale of that there, it's obviously got the tallest point. It's also got a twist in the spike there. You can see numerous different launch tracks and possible switch sections there as well. Looks like a couple of big inversions, at least 2, maybe 3 inversions on there.
I highly doubt that this rendering that they've put on this image is going to look anything like the actual roller coaster that they build. I'm sorry to say.
Some big overbanks, multiple launches. You can see a little look at the train there too. But
is that the train?
What we're looking at.
Honestly, it looks like it might be a little bit AI generated. I don't want to think that it is, but I think that but that doesn't look anything like a train to me. It looks like shit.
Here, certainly.
It looks a bit like AI slop, to be honest.
Seems to resemble an Intamin project. Again, we don't know what manufacturers Universal are working with or anything here, but could that be an Intamin project? Possibly so, looking at the support structure. That spike, I mean, is that going to be the tallest coaster in the UK? You know, could this take the record from high?
It definitely doesn't look like it from the picture, mate.
Area. That spike looks massive.
No, it doesn't.
It starts to resemble Top Thrill 2 a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to be as big as that, but still, looking at that support structure, it looks fantastic. Could that be over 300 foot? Could it be more? It certainly looks like it's going to be quite a big spike there based on the support structure. And again, it would fit, in my opinion. Obviously, you've got the roofs, which looks like that could be possibly restaurant, a dining option, retail in that area. There's a small little one in the middle there too. That could be a ride, but that could also be like a snack booth or something along those lines.
Could be a snack booth, guys.
As we move deeper into the area, that looks like we've got quite a large body of water there.
It does look like it could be a little bit AI generated. Like, a lot of this just looks a little shoddy. You know what I mean? It looks like it wasn't meant to be zoomed in on and really discussed in such detail as we are here.
I don't think that's a water attraction, or at least it doesn't look that way. But it could be. Again, we just don't know.
I don't like the way that everything looks a bit janky. You know what I mean? It looks a bit janky, this picture, in ways that make me think AI, which is disappointing.
You got like some more little yellow roofs, some like rope bridges maybe around there. Looks like a bit of a Camp Jurassic exploration trail style area, maybe what we've got going on there. And then just off to the left, clearly they look like two either shot towers or drop towers, something like that. Maybe Doctor Doom's Fearfall style. Could be something completely different, but that certainly looks like two tower rides that we're looking at there as well. I also think it's quite interesting and worth noting that we've got these two, what would be taller rides on this left-hand side of the park here as well. Obviously with the spike for the coaster and also with the launch lift hill. Could we be looking at something like Hulk maybe here? But still, this looks like a big ride. You can see it kind of comes off the lift hill, twists round like a spiral drop before going back up. It looks like
there is nothing that makes sense in this part of the image. Also, that doesn't make much sense either. What's that meant to be?
Possibly inversions there as well before coming out.
It looks like SeaWorld, but with an active volcano in the middle of it.
Over the pathway and then making this big kind of helix over the lake, which looks brilliant. Like, this looks like a long coaster. Certainly looks like a longer coaster than the other major coaster that we were talking about a few minutes ago. Could that possibly be themed to Wicked? I mean, you've got the green track. You've got a lot of green in the area. You've got some yellow down here venue. It's clear that this is the same sort of show venue as Waterworld. They haven't got this in Orlando, but they've got it at the other Universal parks. It's a brilliant stunt show, and you can clearly see here it's the same sort of setup as Waterworld.
Why is there fire coming out of it?
Would it be another clone of that show, or could we see something a bit more British and different, like James Bond, and take over here, like a James Bond stunt show? Who knows? But yeah, you can certainly see pyrotechnics. You can see a fireball and water in there too. That's the thing. So could this be another Waterworld, or could it be something different? We don't know at this stage, but there's a huge show venue right there at the back of the park. Right then, if we move a little bit further forward, you can see some more kind of nice landscaping down by the green coaster with the helix. Another small like building. It's there for a reason in the concept art, but again, it looks very blank. There's not really any.
Is it there for a reason? Or did they just think, you know what, we probably need another building there?
Anything to see on the front. So this seems to me like the one what they're trying to keep a little bit on the lowdown. We can't really work much out from that at all.
That's where they sacrifice the children who are naughty.
Which just adds to the fun, doesn't it, really? Adds to the speculation with this one. Then we move our way round into another large land. This looks like a large family land. Straight away, Minions is screaming out for this. This looks almost identical to the land in Beijing. You've got what looks like the theatre there at the back, all sorts of restaurant and dining. You can even see what looks like the entrance to Despicable Me Minion Mayhem. But then you've got quite a large building at the back. So it makes me think, you know, are we going to get another clone of Despicable Me, Minion Mayhem? But could it be like a special effects show? They have actually got that again.
This is why I can never be a parent. I would not want to go to any of this shit.
In Beijing. It's like a special effects show where you walk in, and that was a huge build.
None of this makes me feel excited.
Then, and it
I don't mind like Alton Towers, because like none of it's themed on like stupid kids shows. Like I can go to Alton Towers and have fun because I can go on the rides and have a good time, and none of it's like fucking Minion themed.
Kind of shows you about special effects and making the movies. At the end of the day, this is a studio's part. Difference. We've clearly got two different coasters here, huge thrill coasters, which look fantastic. And yeah, they both look like they've got unique layouts. They certainly don't look like a clone of anything at a Universal Park or other parks out there. They look completely original, which is fantastic. A huge Jurassic World area is all.
You got to deal with other people's asshole kids too. Exactly.
Universal Studios, Great Britain. I still can't believe.
He's excited. He's going to make a lot of money. And my sister's going to watch all of his videos. All right, have we got Starmer looking at it?
It's official. Universal Studios is coming to the UK.
Oh,
The park
yeah.
will be right
Oh,
here
yeah.
at Kempston Hardwick in Bedfordshire and will be around 476 acres. That's about the size of Alton Towers or Thorpe Park. Right now, this site is just the field, but what do fans want to see here?
A theme park that's unlike anything the UK's ever had. There's been talks of maybe like Lord of the Rings, Jurassic Park. A lot of people want Harry.
This is one of the fucking theme park influencers I'm talking about. He's probably got a channel with like loads of views on it where he just fucking goes to theme parks and he's like, yeah, so I'm going on this ride now.
Lord of the Rings, Jurassic Park. A lot of people want Harry Potter. There's a massive show venue at the back, so
I've gone into the wrong business, I swear.
could definitely see that being a James
I could have just made a living just going on fucking theme park rides
Bond stunt show. They've
with some Ray-Bans on.
chosen this spot specifically to be connected to the rest of the world. British people travel over to Orlando. They go to all these other parks, including Disney. When they come over to the UK, Americans or anyone around the world, they're not just going to want to do Universal. Hopefully we see some healthy competition because then there's more rides and everyone's happier.
Yay! Universal's planned Bedford development. Potential size 700 acres. Great. Universal has parks all over the world, including latest Epic Universe in Orlando. Have I been to that one? I can't bloody remember. I don't know if I've ever been to one before, to be honest. Jack Deep Singh is a 36-year-old business change analyst from Kempston. While he believed the theme park would drive businesses and bring jobs, he feared the number of visitors would have a negative effect. I worried a bit about traffic on the bypass. What's going to happen to our hospitals if there's any accidents? The proposal's mainly subject to a planning decision from the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government.
It's really fantastic to be here with all of you to announce this new world-class theme park and resort in Bedford.
I think there might actually be a video of him doing that, right? Keir Starmer.
And it's really fantastic to be here with all of you to announce this new world-class theme park and resort in Bedford. What
He's so happy that this makes him look good.
an amazing thing. And as you can imagine, when I took over as Prime Minister, people warn you that there are tough days that you're going to face. You know, responsibility for the armed forces, for fixing the NHS, sorting out the economy. So you can imagine that when someone comes and says,
Why has he got a load of women behind him? Where is he?
would you like to launch and open a theme park? That's a completely different day, and that's why I was so delighted when Mike came to Downing Street yesterday, and we were able to shake hands on this deal, this new Universal UK resort and theme park. What a momentous day, what such an important day. And it's not just the first one in the United Kingdom, that would be pretty good. It's the first one across Europe, and that is really incredible. And it's going to put Bedford on the map for millions of people, film lovers, people coming here for fun, people building their careers.
Whenever I've wanted to go to Bedford in the past, I've never been able to find it because for some reason, there's this like blank area where Bedford was, and they weren't it's not even labelled. But now there's a theme park there. It's going to be labelled, and I'll know where it is on maps now.
Here, it'll create thousands of.
Somebody informed the Ordnance Survey guys of where Bedford is, and now it will be on the map.
People building their careers here. It'll create thousands of jobs for the local community. And the statistic for that is really impressive. 80% of the jobs are going to be local jobs. So just looking behind me, these are going to be the jobs of yourselves and your colleagues for years and years.
Oh, are they Bedford people? Is that why he stood in front of them? Is that why he's using them as props? Because they're Bedford people.
To come. And we will make sure that those jobs go to the people who absolutely need them, because that's part of our plan to get Britain working. It'll develop skills for students like those here at Kimberley College and at Bedford College. And I think it's fantastic that already the work has started to look at what courses are going to be necessary, how we get the pipeline of different jobs, different talents. That'll be some of the jobs in construction, design, architecture, etc. But then the jobs of actually running this theme park. And your apprenticeships, internships, training opportunities. It's going to be really fantastic for local people. I'm so pleased that we've got some of the young people here, because this is some of the work that you will be engaged on, because this is a 5 or 6 year project to build. That means we'll be starting on this very, very quickly. And I know curriculum's already been discussed, programs to train local people and jobs of the future. And of course, it will boost our world-class creative industries. And it is on creatives, we are world-class. We punch well above our weight. And of course, that's a key one of our industrial strategy pillars. So this will drive growth here and across the country. Higher tourism, improved transport links, and billions of investment, generating an estimated 35 billion over coming decades. That's a huge amount of money right here in Bedford. And, you know, people said...
You can tell that was a boomer's phone that just rang. Why do they always have that, like, proper old school, like, actual bell sound on their phone? And they always have it turned up, like, up to fucking 11. Like, boomers always have that bring, bring. On their iPhones, they have that sound. Bring. Like, literally, I was in a fucking yoga class recently, and one of the boomers left their phone on at the back of the room, and halfway through the class, bring, bring, bring.
To me, government will be a roller coaster, and I can testify to that. I don't think this is quite what they meant, but look, this is our plan for change in action, bringing investment, bringing opportunity, growth, jobs, and of course joy to Britain. And I have to say, I've got 2 children, one 16, my boy, and one 14, a girl. They don't take that much interest in the announcements I'm making every day, I have to admit, but this one has really caught their eye, because they can envisage themselves at this theme park like millions of other children for decades to come, coming and enjoying it. So I look forward to being here, seeing this roll out, and then, of course, come to fruition. But this is a really, really good day for the country, but particularly for Bedford and the local community, which is going to absolutely be turbocharged by what's happening here today. So thank you all for being here. Thank you particularly to the students, because I think it's probably yourselves more than anyone that we direct ourselves to today as we think about the jobs, the opportunities, and the joy that will come from this theme park. So fantastic day. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for being here. Thank you for listening.
All right, well, as soon as it's open, I will be going there and doing a review, a Jenny Nicholson style 4-hour review of the inevitable failure of the park. No, it might not fail. We'll see. It might do all right. All right, shall we go out of the UK and over to the US? Many things have been happening. Many things have been happening in America that I can't even keep up with doing one stream a week. I cannot keep up with this many things doing one stream a week. I mean, since my last stream, the tariffs have been paused, but this is a random American thing that somebody put in the Discord that I'm going to begin with. I've not watched this yet. I don't know
what this is.
America, when I saw that, I had no idea what it was going to be. And then when it switches to the wide shot and it's just his double chin. I'm sorry, I won't watch it again. Fucking hell. Fuck. Okay, right. So, anyway, where I left America last week, we were still in Tariff Town. Tariffs were still going on. So, like, they were doing this whole...
Right now, people are worried.
They were doing the whole masculinity thing.
Stock market's crashing. The crypto markets are crashing. There's a lot of YouTubers making thumbnails like, it's over. It's already ended. The recession's here. Oh, wait, that last one wasn't a YouTuber. It's BlackRock's Larry Fink. But I do have to say, there's a different way to look at this that I wish more...
What, Larry Fink was saying what?
Larry
CEOs think the US is probably in a recession right now, says BlackRock's Larry Fink. Okay.
But I do have to say, there's a different way to look at this that I wish more people would embrace. This is brought to you, by the thought leader Benny Johnson on X.
Losing money costs you nothing.
There it is.
This is just the reality of life. Like, were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs
This is so reminiscent of crypto bros, but also like the meme stock guys, like the the Bed Bath and Beyond guys, and what was the original one that they got obsessed with? GameStop. It's so reminiscent of them, but instead of it being a meme stock or a crypto coin, it is literally the entire American economy now that they're saying you have to be diamond hands for. And like all of the paper hands guys that are selling, they're beta, bro. You have to be alpha. You have to hodl, man. Like, this is literally being applied now to the entire world economy. That's not good.
nothing. In fact,
We're fudding on the entire world economy. It's not just stupid meme coins anymore or meme stocks. It's the entire global economy that we're fudding now.
builds quite a bit of character.
What an amazing way to look at this. Don't worry about losing money. It's actually building your character, and it doesn't cost you anything, except for the money part. I guess it does cost that. Now, I was so taken aback by I've never seen anybody try something like this. So I thought, well, at least he's ideologically consistent. He probably says this every time the stock market crashes, right? Like when it crashed under Biden or Harris, that he said the same thing, right?
It's bloody Black Monday. Holy moly. The Kamala crash is here. Kamala needs to get in front of a camera today. People are losing their homes today. People are losing their fortunes today. People are losing their futures today. People are losing their 401ks today. This is shaping up to be one of the worst market days in American history.
Whoa! So I guess when the other side, they lose you money, it's terrible. People need to speak up now. When it's your guy that you shill for, all of a sudden it's, hey, this builds character. Have you really even lost money when you lost money? So it brings me to an interesting point. There's sort of two breakdowns of camps when talking about this. It's very interesting to watch. I think the very normal response is this is kind of insane and we seem to be hurtling ourselves into a recession of our own making. But there is a streak of people who are determined to flip this into like a
I'm sorry, who's this? I do not recognize this man. Who is it? I've never seen this man before.
500 IQ chess play. You know, like you need to thank the White House for doing this. I think it's interesting to watch.
Is he? I'm sorry. Has he lost weight? Is he lost weight?
And Benny Johnson is just one symptom of it. We also have this Fox News host saying something very similar.
Delivering. And you know what? I don't really care about my 401k today. You know what? Not that I can afford it. Not that it isn't important.
Oh, it's Ozempic, JD Vance. Oh, he's been on the Ozempic. Oh, okay.
Well, wait, you can't. You definitely can't afford it if you're saying that. Look, I appreciate the sudden restraint on worrying about the economy, but I do feel like it's a little bit disingenuous in the moment. You do have people who are being honest about this, people who have been supportive of tariffs, which I think is interesting to watch. We have the other Lord of Finance, the guy you should definitely listen to all the time, Jim Cramer, who says he feels like a sucker.
Over and over again, the president said, listen, it's going to be reciprocal. So you do it, we do it. And that was going to be so good. And I really believed in it. And I feel like a sucker tonight because I am not a free trader and I do not believe in free trade. And I was just as tough, if not tougher than his people, but they screwed it up. And they did it a totally ill-advised way. And I was very let down as someone who really, truly believes that free trade is awful for the American working person. This is what they came up with. Jeez, come on, have some gumption, have some math.
I mean,
that's right, have some math. That's what Jim Cramer says. He's a tariff guy himself. So it's interesting to contrast him with sort of this other side.
But if Jim Cramer says that tariffs are good, that means that tariffs are bad. You realize that. You have to believe in everything that's the opposite of Jim Cramer is saying, right?
Side of our media sphere who are kind of determined to say this is actually good for us. Just don't look at your own 401k. You didn't even lose money. We even have billionaires like Bill Ackman, who has been famously supportive of the administration, and he's complaining right now on Twitter that we're on track to eliminate capital gains in 2025. There are better approaches to reducing taxes than wiping out gains. All the while, the response from our commander-in-chief appears to be, hey, hold the line, don't panic, don't be weak, don't be stupid, don't be a panickin'. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. But not everyone seems to be doing this, even people who are explicitly pro-Trump, which I think is interesting to watch. You not only have Jim Cramer, you also have Dave Portnoy. He says this.
Don't look at your 401k. Since when do people care about the stock market? That's bullshit. I would rather people on the right who support Trump, no matter what he does, what he says.
It's insane how much this reminds me of the meme stock days. Except for that it's just not a meme stock anymore. It's real life. It's real life. Like, whenever the meme stock went down, they're like, oh, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It's just because of some stupid thing. It'll go right back up again. Like, why are you even bothered? Are you some kind of beta? You some kind of beta, bro?
Like, when you say stuff like that, to me, it's like, well, Trump could cut someone's head off. You're like, well, did he really? Like, let's call a spade a spade. Everybody has the right to panic and party and be worried about the stock market, their 401k, their portfolio. Don't suddenly be like, oh, don't look at your portfolio. Don't worry about it. Bullshit. Everybody looks at their portfolio. Everyone looks at their stock market. Everybody looks at how much.
Is he actively promoting a gambling platform at the same time, I assume? Love that for him. Get the bag, bro.
Money's in the bank.
He's got a point. Me and Dave haven't always seen eye to eye during his crypto meme coin phase. Not a fan. But he's right about that, which is that, look, this guy has not been quiet about his support of Trump specifically, but he's panicking like everybody else. But I think the bigger question is, are we just panicins when we do it for one side of the aisle, right? We all screamed when the market crashed under the other guy. We're not suddenly allowed not to scream when the other side goes. That's just what I find so weird about this thing going around. People telling you, don't care when your money's, getting affected. Don't care when your financial system is hurt. Don't worry when you've lost your job. And it's like, no, it mattered under the last guy and it matters under you too. In fact, I'll leave you with this comment on Trump's post on X. He says, I am behind you. This is a guy who supports Trump. Even though I lost my job supporting you, not sure what my future will bring me, but at 58, it's a hard start over. Most employers pass on people my age unless it's minimum wage, which I just can't do. And to that, I have to say, is this part of the plan? Is this part of the have we thanked you yet? Like, is that,
Have you said
is that
thank
still
you
where we're
once?
at? So yeah, that's basically it. I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, the first thing I thought when all of this happened this week was insider trading. That was like literally the first thing that came to my mind was insider trading. Who is benefiting from all the economic chaos?
What billionaire just got richer?
Oh shit.
So if it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer?
All of them. Probably.
So if it's not market manipulation.
How much wealth was transferred from the retirement accounts of working class people to the pockets of the ultra wealthy by Trump's manipulation of the markets over last week? $100 billion? $500 billion? More? The answer. The world's richest people added $304 billion to their combined net worth, the largest one-day gain in the history of the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, after Trump pledged to pause tariffs for some countries. Trump tweeted this about 15 minutes before announcing a pause on tariffs, which caused an absolutely massive spike in the market. The opportunity for corruption is just genuinely hard to fathom. This is a great time to buy. It just it just screamed to me. Like, I didn't even know he tweeted that. And I was just like, well, clearly they're insider trading. Clearly they are. He's invented outsider trading. Yeah.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financials. I've always been following.
After rolling back many of his tariffs, Trump had Charles Schwab and others in the Oval Office. He pointed out that his guests had made fortunes on the stock market just 1 hour after his announcement. He made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million today. That's not bad.
Very strong signal to the markets, to investors, job creators, entrepreneurs, the people that make the economy run, that the Congress is going to get us on sound footing. And you can count on that, and you can bet on it, and you ought to, I think today would be a great day to buy stocks. I do hope.
I mean, have we forgot that he did a meme coin not that long ago with insider trading? Like, that was just to set himself up for all of this bullshit. Any member of Congress who purchased stocks in the last 48 hours should probably disclose that now. I've been hearing some interesting chatter on the floor. Disclosure deadline is May 15th. We're about to learn a few things. That's in, 2 days? It's time to ban insider trading in Congress. Absolutely. All right, let's see what the BBC. Let's see what this Bernd de Boosman Jr. at the BBC thinks.
When Donald Trump suddenly changed course on tariffs just hours after they came into effect, it surprised almost everyone.
He announced it on a tweet. WTF?
So what exactly happened on a dramatic
Just say what the fuck. Why are you saying WTF?
day in Washington?
I really think we're helped a lot by the tariff situation that's going on.
Just the previous evening, Trump had said his plan to hit dozens of countries with
How do you do, fellow kids?
historically high tariffs was a great idea.
It's great. It's going to be legendary. You watch.
And his trade representative gave no indication of what was to come when he defended it on Wednesday morning.
The president's strategy is already bearing fruit. It will not be resolved overnight, but all of this is certainly in the right direction.
Then, in the middle of the hearing, Trump posted on Truth Social, Those reciprocal tariffs would be paused for 90 days, and China would face an additional 125% tariff.
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs. You just found out 3 seconds ago, sitting here, we saw you.
But back at the White House, they had a very different take.
This was his strategy all along, and that, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors.
But Trump himself acknowledged that the turmoil in the markets had been on his mind.
People were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do.
So did Trump pull back from a larger trade war because of the threat to the economy, or was the change all part of the plan? Whatever the case, there'll be more drama at the White House as countries negotiate trade deals before the 90-day deadline expires.
Basically, yes, it was insider trading. That's what we're saying. All right, let's watch Coffee.
Did you miss the Trump trade? The insider group chat we were all invited to. Guys, I don't know if you saw this. There was a huge opportunity to make some money because the president front ran the president. He says on Truth Social at April 9th at 8:37 a.m., this is a great time to buy. Now, this is at all-time, at least in recent memory, lows for the stock market. The stock market's bottomed out, all because of the fears of tariffs that the president implemented. So he tweets this. You're wondering, what is he talking about? Well, 3 hours later, we got this. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I hereby am raising the tariff to charge to China by the United States to 125% effective immediately, saying that he's going to pause for 90 days the rest of the world, sending the rest of the world skyrocketing. This is our U.S. markets here. The rest of the world is up as well. The markets have ripped, meaning if you listen to Trump, front-running Trump, you had a huge opportunity to buy. I mean, he told you it's a great time to buy, and he was right. I mean, obviously, he knew what was going to happen. Now, so that was the Trump trade, art of the deal. It's all part of the plan, mastermind, art of the deal. I will say, actually, there was a guy who knew before it, a guy who has been treated very unfairly, if I have to say so. That's Walter Bloomberg. I don't know if you guys know about this. There have been a lot of think pieces, a lot of news made about this guy because he, on Monday, said, Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except for China. Now, as we know, that came true. But he said it on Monday that Trump was considering this. And the White House came out and said, no, this is fake news. This is not real. And as a result, a bunch of pieces got made about this guy, basically saying, hey, how fake news about tariffs on Elon Musk's X shifted trillions in the market. Anyone...
I mean, that, anybody could have, maybe predicted there would be a pause. But to be, so specific as to 90 days, that's pretty specific. That's pretty specific, isn't it? How would you know that it would be a 90-day pause?
No one can really say anything on the internet and the people will just believe it. But was he wrong? I think ultimately he had the Trump trade before anyone else, that it was gonna be paused. And actually, so I kind of feel bad for this guy. I had to make a little point to say he was redeemed. Now, he might be as surprised as anyone else. It's unclear whether even he realized that he was ultimately right. It's unclear whether maybe the White House saw the market moving in favor of that and just decided to go with that. But, I mean, it's exactly right. There's a 90-day pause on tariffs except for China. I will say, there are still tariffs, though. There still are the 10% tariffs, and the 90-day pause, really, that's all it is. I mean, it's not clear. Some people are saying that tariffs are over. This is all just part of a move to save face. But it's not ultimately clear. What is clear is some are saying that this is the art of the deal. This is how it works, guys. This is all part of the plan, that you got tricked, you got fooled. If you were a panicking like me, you were proven wrong today.
Just add to what the secretary said. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
I failed!
You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect.
That's right. Clearly I was a fool for believing what the White House was saying. I mean, this was all part of a 4D chess strategy. This is also said by Peter Navarro, who also kind of said this is one of the greatest days economically for America.
This is one of the greatest days in American economic history we have had. I think we're going to call it the art of the reciprocal trade deal. And I'll tell you, all the nervous Nellies on Wall Street who try to undermine us consistently underestimate the power of the president to negotiate.
That's right, you nervous Nellies. You should have been listening to the Truth Social. You should have been buying the dip like your president told you to. Now, ultimately, was this some great plan? Well, somebody asked the president, you know, basically, was this part of the art of the deal? Why did you ultimately remove the tariffs? Here's what the president said.
You started the morning saying be cool. And just a few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions.
Now, wait a minute. That sounds a little different. That doesn't sound like the art of the deal. That sounds like you remove them because everyone was afraid, which is true. And that's a fine reason to remove them, but that's not the same reason as art of the deal, 10,000 IQ play. Anyway, the whole thing is bizarre, but I really wanted just to flag this weird era we are in where the president can front run his own announcements, like economically. If you could have paid for this as a group chat, you would. Like, dude, this private, imagine you had a private insight into what's going to happen in the future. Just the level of corruption is unreal. Now, some people say, well, you know, he gave it to everyone. So, you know, isn't that fine, I guess? And I can see your point, but the problem is nobody knew to take this seriously except for a few people. Unusual Whales notes that I think people knew of the tariff pause and traded it beforehand. You can see before Trump posted buy on Truth Social, traders opened QQQ and SPY calls right before the news. Someone opened SPY calls expiring today. Those calls are up 2,100% in the hour. So clearly some traders knew even before, and they opened up some calls before even the buy the, you know, basically buy the dip tweet from the president. At the same time, it is sort of also the perfect cover. Like if he says 3 hours before buy, no one knows what that means. It's kind of cryptic. And if you do have insider knowledge, you can just do it, buy a bunch, and then later you go, oh, I was just following, I just believed so much in the public, you know, Truth Social thing. It's really the perfect plausible deniability. There's no way of proving that you didn't see that and just do it. And for everyone else, you can say, well, you had the same access to the same information. Yeah, well, some people knew that the president was about to drop the tariffs. Some people didn't. If those people who knew traded on that information and then later say, oh, no, I just followed the public advice, how can you prove otherwise? That's the problem with making statements like this. It is an inherent conflict of interest because it can lay cover fire for people who were doing corrupt things. And there's just sort of no way of proving one way or the other. It's weird. And it makes me worry that we're entering a time where basically the insider edge is trying to speculate what the president means about the tweets to buy the dip on the market. It's like, it's actually so weird to be having presidential stock advice. That's kind of, it's so crazy. But yeah, weird times we live in. I just thought I'd cover this since it's one of the most economically impactful news of our year and preceded by a front run tweet.
Yeah, I saw his other video where he got invited to He got a free ticket to Fire Festival too, and he said he's going. So I hope he makes a 4-hour Jenny Nicholson style video essay about Fire Festival too. But yeah, I'm gonna go for a wee. I'll come back in a second. We'll carry on with this. All right.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it.
Get this t-shirt 10% off dogecore.com. With code WHY-ME 10% off at dogecore.com. I have given up. I truly have given up.
10% off at dogecore.com with code YME. Costume change. You can't smell me, but now I stink significantly less. All right. Hank
Good morning, John.
Green.
One of the things about the way the news happens when Trump is in office is that there...
Oh, before this. What's this that's been put in the Discord? There are penguins.
Where frost bites deep and men can't be, our empire stands beside the endless sea. In storm and silence, cold and pure, we do not freeze, we just endure. But an orange hand reached out in shame, and now the world shall learn our name.
Is this AI?
The silence breaks, no more delay. The order
Screaming AI.
stands, we march today. Oh.
It's real. That penguin was really holding an AK-47.
March, march, sons of the ice, for a holy island they shall pay the price. They taxed our fish, then asked for more. We answer tariffs with total war. You saw the map and laughed out loud. Now McDonald,
Okay, look at the AI on that map. What the no. No.
Saw the map and laughed out loud. Now McDonald Island burns your crowd. Not men in gear, but beasts we bred. Our sea.
The finger was so... What do you mean? Look at the fucking writing, bro. Look at the writing on that. Sasha Ostanen blah blah.
Laughed out loud. Now McDonald Island burns your crowd. Not men in gear, but beasts we bred. Our seals strike where yours have fled. We had no ports, no market plan, yet still became the enemy of man. But the snow stands tall, our banners fly. The democratic penguins' republic shall never die. Ooh, march, march, sons of the ice, for our holy island they shall pay the price. They taxed our fish, then asked for more. We answer tariffs with total war.
I mean, I back it, honestly. I back the penguins in this war. I really do. What's this? Why are high fertility people always so weird? Oh, they look like pronatalists. Okay. All right. What should we look at next? I feel like we should move on, actually, to be honest. I feel like we should move on to the RFK stuff. Do 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 do. So RFK has sort of changed his stance on MMR vaccines now. Because basically, I believe what he did was he made some sort of statement where he was basically like, what you can do to prevent measles is actually take. Did he say you could take loads of vitamin K to prevent measles rather than taking the vaccine? Or he implied that it was just as good. Vitamin A. He implied that it was just as good as taking the D. He implied that it was just as good as taking the vaccine to prevent measles. And then there was a measles outbreak. Vitamin A. And then there was a measles outbreak in Texas recently. And one child has died of measles now. And loads of them have been hospitalized. And now, after all of that, he's basically walking back on his previous statements about. He's not walking back on them really. He's doing whatever he can to save his back, without actually admitting that he was ever wrong about anything. Take a shot whenever I mention dead kids. Yeah. I came to Gaines County, Texas today to comfort the Hildebrand family after the loss of their 8-year-old daughter Daisy. I got to know the family of 6-year-old Kaylee Fair after she passed away in February. I also developed bonds with and a deep affection for other members of this community during that difficult time. My intention was to come down here quietly and console the families, and to be with them, to be with the community in their moment of grief. I am also here to support Texas health officials and to learn how our HHS agencies can better partner with them to control the measles outbreak, which as of today, there are 642 confirmed cases of measles across 22 states, 499 of those in Texas. This is a disease that we previously deemed just completely eradicated because of vaccines. In early March, I deployed a CDC team to bolster local and state capacity for response across multiple Texas regions, supply pharmacies and Texas-run clinics with needed MMR vaccines and other medicines and medical supplies, work with local schools and healthcare facilities to support contact investigations and to reach out to communities, including faith leaders, and to answer any questions or respond to locations seeking healthcare. Since that time, the growth rates for new cases and hospitalizations have flattened. Wow. The most effective way to prevent the spread of measles is the MMR vaccine. What? Oh my God. I've spoken to Governor Abbott and I've offered HHS's continued support. At his request, we have redeployed CDC teams to Texas. We will continue to follow Texas's lead and to offer similar resources to other affected jurisdictions. I was reading up on his background this week because I was wondering whether he had any kind of scientific background whatsoever, because I know that he has been advocating for this MMR vaccines cause autism thing for the longest time. He essentially believes in all of the stuff that Andrew Wakefield, the wonderful man that the UK produced. He's essentially believed that everything. He's believed everything that Andrew Wakefield has been saying for the longest time. I think Andrew Wakefield lives in America now, right? And he's isn't he dating a model or something in America because the Americans love him? They love the anti-vax shit over there. So I think he just went over there. Andrew Wakefield. If you first thing that comes up on his wiki, a British fraudster, anti-vaccine activist, and disgraced former physician. He was struck off the medical register for serious professional misconduct due to his involvement in the fraudulent 1998 Lancet MMR autism study that falsely claimed a link between measles, mumps, rubella vaccine and autism. I think RFK, he's been involved with him at points, I think. Oh, he's broken up with his model girlfriend now. He was going out with Elle Macpherson for a while. But yeah, I was looking up on all of the things that RFK has done throughout his life. He teamed up with Robert De Niro once. Which, like, I was like, I didn't even know he did that. Like, Robert De Niro, RFK, they did this really stupid thing. I need to find, like, a news story about it. This is back in 2017. I didn't even know fucking Robert De Niro got involved with this guy. And they pushed the most unscientific bullshit ever. What they did was oh, fuck your paywalls. Robert De Niro RFK. Actors can be very, very stupid. I mean, like, he's obviously a very good actor. But I wonder if it's on YouTube. But he doesn't seem to be the brightest guy in any other way. I mean, I don't know. Oh, is it this? Oh, it's an hour long. So they had this. Oh, it's on InfoWars. It's been re-uploaded by World Military News. Yeah. But basically, they did this really stupid thing together.
Good morning.
Where they basically they offered $100,000 to anybody who could produce a study or who could find a study which proved that this specific mercury chemical that they put into MMR vaccines was safe, which is the most unscientific way you could ever approach anything ever. To go to to journalists and to the public and say, I will offer you $100,000 if you can bring me a study that proves that this specific chemical is safe in vaccines. That's so fucking scientifically flawed. I don't even know where to start. Like, for a start, what the fuck does safe mean scientifically? What the fuck does safe mean? Like, the whole point of a scientific study is to find, like, a relationship or a non-relationship between two variables. You can't say, oh yeah, there's a relationship or there's not a relationship between chemical and arbitrary concept of safety. You can't do that. That's why this entire challenge was just stacked up against anybody who attempted to do it in the first place. That's not how science works. That's not how science works. Ah! Anyway, I was reading up on like all of this bullshit that RFK had done throughout his career to do with the vaccine and MMR and stuff. And I was like, this guy doesn't know how data works. And it turns out neither does Robert De Niro. Like, they don't know how data works. Great actor, seems to be a little bit dumb, a bit of a dummy in every other aspect of his life. So I was like, well, he doesn't know how data works, clearly. Like, RFK doesn't understand science, clearly. So I went through his, like, entire life history. And, yeah, he used to be an environmental lawyer. And I was like, well, that's just... But he's, like, never done anything that's, like, involved doing scientific studies or dealing with data. And I'm like, well... I'm really not fucking surprised. I am not surprised in the fucking slightest that nothing throughout his entire career has ever involved him having to actually interact with data before. Because he clearly doesn't know how it works. He doesn't know how statistics works. He doesn't know how scientific studies work. He doesn't fucking know anything about science or data, and he's now in charge of an extremely scientific portion of the American government. One that really, really, really involves knowing about science and data. Like, to have someone in that position, you really need to have someone with a scientific background. And he has a background in law, which is fine, but not good for a job about this, about public health. It's not good for a job where you're talking about public health to people. He doesn't understand the basics of science. It's very, very clear. Just from looking at this, like, this was in 2017. It's not that long ago in terms of how long his career has been. It's not that long ago. He's clearly not learnt since then. It's so frustrating because, like, this is what I've been looking at with the Lucy Letby case constantly. Like, I've been looking through court transcripts of lawyers attempting to understand scientific data, and they don't fucking get it. They don't get it. Like, RFK, he's done some good things in his career. He has. He's been an environmental lawyer, which means that he has fought legally against companies that have, for instance, put chemicals into waterways and have affected the lives of genuinely, like, marginalized people, like people who have been genuinely fucked over by these massive companies. He's, like, genuinely helped people throughout his career through being an environmental lawyer. And that's great. But clearly, at some point, like, so what he's had to do is essentially understand how big companies can exploit people by using chemicals, and basically they can exploit less advantaged people because like the layman doesn't understand how certain chemicals can affect the health of wildlife and people around. So he's like helped people sue big corporations for, like, poisoning them with chemicals. But clearly, some point in his career, he has become Hammer and seen everything as nail. And now he thinks that all chemical is bad. All chemical equal bad. All chemical not good for human body, when that's not how it works. How it works is some chemicals are indeed bad for human body, should not go inside human body. But some chemicals can actually help human body and are good for human body. There are chemicals in everything. There are chemicals in bananas. There's chemicals in apples. There's chemicals in the medicines that everybody takes every day that save people's lives. Believe it or not, not all chemicals are bad. Some of them we need to put inside of our bodies to make us healthier. But if you don't have a scientific mind and you just have lawyer brain, you might not realize that. Technically speaking, everything's made out of chemicals. Yes. Water is a chemical. Absolutely. RFK doesn't realize this because he's not scientifically minded. He clearly isn't scientifically minded. So he doesn't realize that data can show that certain chemicals across, like, sure, in some circumstances, you can have a vaccine that will create adverse reactions in a certain percentage of a population. What you have to do as a scientist is work with that data and figure out whether overall, as a percentage, whether this vaccine is going to help the population and help their health. Hi, No Justice MTG. Hi, Raiders. What you have to do as a scientist is deal with the data. And yes, there's always going to be adverse reactions to vaccines. There always will be. And what you have to do is find out what certain subsets of the demographics are more likely to have those adverse reactions and advise that they don't have the vaccine. What you don't do is hone in on those adverse reactions and overblow them to make them look like them. Oh my God, Double Raid. Hi, Double Raid. What you don't do as a scientist dealing with data is unnecessarily overblow those adverse reactions. What you do is you deal with them and you try and work out what those adverse reactions were, and you try and advise based on them. Oh, this demographic shouldn't have the vaccine because blah 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 blah. What you don't do is take that one study that showed those reactions and then go to the public as a whole and go, oh, look at the reactions that this vaccine can cause, therefore it's bad for all of you. That's not the way to deal with data. That's not how you deal with data. Anyway. But he doesn't fucking understand it because he's never been a scientist. He doesn't get it. So anyway, on top of that, he's going to find out the cause of autism by September, guys. Finally, we're going to have a cause. Clearly, it's not genetic, despite what the entire scientific community have been telling us for years. Clearly, it's not genetic. Because RFK has the real answer.
The autism rates have gone from now, most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31, 1 in 12, so they're going up again from 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. And we are going to...
If he fucking knew how data works, he'd realize the reasons why instances of diagnoses of autism are going up. Maybe it's because we're getting better at fucking diagnosing it. Maybe that's the reason, but he can't get it through his thick fucking head.
At your direction, we are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that.
Talk to a fucking scientist. One scientist. Please.
That's it. If you can come up with that answer where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it.
Something's causing it, man. I can't work out what it is. Something's causing this autism. U.S. Health Secretary RFK has pledged a massive testing and research effort to determine the cause of autism in 5 months. Oh, God. This is not how data works. Sometimes, even if this was a legit initiative, it takes decades to come to a conclusion with this kind of shit. Because there's so many... You're talking about an entire population of people. There are so many fucking variables involved. And when you're talking about autism, like a mental issue, something that goes on in the brain, there is a spectrum within itself, within autism. How? This is impossible! Experts caution that finding the causes of autism spectrum disorder, a complex syndrome that has been studied for decades, will not be straightforward, and called the effort misguided and unrealistic. Really? Kennedy, who has promoted debunked theories suggesting autism is linked to vaccines, said during a cabinet meeting on Thursday that a US research effort will involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. Ones that he's decided that he wants to work with. So it won't be biased in any way whatsoever. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures, Kennedy said. Autism diagnoses have increased sharply since 2000, according to government figures, and by 2020, the rate among 8-year-olds has reached 2.77%, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Scientists attribute at least part of the rise to increased awareness of autism and an expanding definition of the disorder. Researchers have also been investigating environmental factors. The US National Institutes of Health, a government agency, spends more than $300 million per year researching autism. The NIH lists some possible risk factors, including prenatal exposure to pesticides or air pollution, premature birth or low birth weight, maternal health problems, and parents conceiving at older ages. Kennedy did not give details. Fucking hell, that sounds very problematic. Parents conceiving at older ages. It's just another reason to be like, oh, these poor women who are old, they just wish they could have conceived at an earlier age, but now they're in their 30s and they're having autistic children. For a start, there's nothing fucking wrong with having an autistic child. Nothing wrong. It's just something that we've currently culturally decided is autistic. That's just something that's it's just something that doesn't currently culturally fit in to what we deem as normal. You know, I've had people like say to me sometimes, "Oh, I think you're autistic." Like, I don't fucking know if I am. That's also a weird thing to say in itself. I think you're probably autistic. That's also a weird thing to say, and it's also said a lot to women, I think, who like don't fit a certain mold. But that's an entirely like different rabbit hole to go down. Kennedy did not give details on the research project or how funding will be devoted to autism research. Since being sworn in 2 months ago, a former environmental lawyer has slashed the budget for the Department of Health and Human Services, which includes the NIH, CDC, and other government health organizations that oversee food and drug safety and conduct disease research. We're going to look at vaccines, of course. We're going to look at everything. But you're going to concentrate on vaccines, aren't you? That's what you're going to do. Kennedy later said during an interview with Fox News about the scope of the undertaking, "Everything is on the table: our food system, our water, our air, different ways of parenting, all the kinds of changes that may have triggered this epidemic." In a statement, the Autism Society of America called Kennedy's plan harmful, misleading, and unrealistic. "It's neither a chronic illness or a contagion," the society said. Exactly. Christopher Banks, the society's president, questioned whether the research efforts could be transparent and said claims that autism solely caused by environmental factors were misleading theories which perpetuate harmful stigma, jeopardize public health, and distract from the critical needs of the autism community. I mean, like, autism, I believe, is like probably partially caused by environmental factors, but like everything is caused, basically everything is caused by environmental factors that intertwine with genetic factors. So I believe that everything is environment intertwining with your genetics. Kennedy has also alarmed some over his hiring of David Geyer, who has been described by some as a conspiracy theory to research vaccines and autism. And on Thursday, Democrats in the US House of Representatives wrote to HHS to express our urgent concern over the selection of a biased and discredited individual. Geyer is a leading vaccine skeptic who was fined by the state of Maryland for practicing medicine without a medical degree or license and prescribing dangerous treatments to autistic children. The discredited idea that childhood vaccines are linked to autism first gains mainstream attention in a paper published in 1998 by Andrew Wakefield. Wakefield was later found to have financial conflicts of interest, and the UK's General Medical Council found that he falsified his results. We all know that. The research paper was retracted. There he is, with his little fleece on. Ugh. Anyway, this is just one of the stories that triggers me. RFK's narrative is terrifying and unsurprising. It's eugenics. Yeah, exactly. It is, yeah. It does remind me of eugenics in a way that he's like, he's basically promoting it as this is something that we need to get out of society. What we need to do is like recognize it, but not see it as, oh, this is some kind of. I don't think we should see it as like a disability. I know that it is in some ways, but it kind of like, I don't know, it kind of gets lumped together when there's so many like different types of autism. I really want to watch that You know that Netflix show, Love on the Spectrum? I want to watch that. I've not actually watched it yet. It looks interesting. Are there any reviews? Are there any reviews of Love on the Spectrum? It is slop. You've heard that it's exploitative. Hmm. Well, I think we should end on something more positive about American politics. AOC and Bernie have been on tour. 36,000 people. Biggest rally Bernie or I have ever done. Thank you, LA. Not a single officer harmed. 0 police harmed. 36,000 people. That's something positive. It's something positive. I had this Bernie video last time that I meant to watch.
Thanks very much.
I'm wondering though whether, because to run for president, you have to be 35, right? AOC's like, has she just turned 35-ish? Is she doing a bit of a pre-campaign? Maybe in 2028. That's exciting. I would like that. I would be very behind that.
Much for joining me. Tonight we're gonna do a bad news, good news routine. So stay with me. We start off with the bad news, which is pretty bad, but we are gonna get to a happier ending. Let me begin by just telling you what you already know. And that is that under Donald Trump, this country is hurtling rapidly toward oligarchy, toward authoritarianism, toward kleptocracy, and toward more and more income and wealth inequality. That is what is happening. You'll all remember that Abraham Lincoln talked about a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I think it is very clear that today we have a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Elon Musk contributed 207.
Although I reckon that Cory Booker, is that what his name is? The guy that did the filibuster? I reckon he's going to go for it as well.
$77 million to get Donald Trump elected president. And he was rewarded with the most important position in government. In other words, he put out the money and he got what he paid for. Trump also nominated 13 other billionaires to head various government agencies. So almost all the guys who are running the government are billionaires. For many years, as I think you know, I have been talking about how a country is moving toward an oligarchic form of society. And I know that people had their doubts. What is Bernie talking about? Well, not anymore. People now see what's going on right in front of them. No secrets about it. They're seeing the billionaire class running our government right now. But it's not just oligarchy and a government of the very rich that I'm concerned about. It is a very rapid movement toward authoritarianism. Virtually every day, Trump is usurping the powers of Congress. He is ending programs that Congress appropriated, and he's getting rid of agencies that he has no power to get rid of. Further, he has sued major media outlets like ABC, CBS, Meta, and the Des Moines Register for stories and actions that he didn't like.
Free speech.
And now his FCC is investigating.
Did they mute something out there?
And now his FCC.
Oh, it's just a cough. I thought it might be a burp. I was like, go on, Bernie, you let it out.
Is investigating PBS and NPR. And he's threatening to withhold federal funding for these vitally important media outlets. This is clearly a massive attack on the First Amendment and freedom of expression. He doesn't like what some media are saying, and he is intimidating them. The message is clear. Hey, I'm the boss. Don't you dare criticize me.
I'm the boss.
But it's not just Congress and the media that he's going after. He's also waging a massive attack against the judicial system. Unbelievably, he is actually trying to impeach judges who render decisions that he doesn't like. Think about it. Very few people who are watching this discussion tonight thought that the Supreme Court's decision on Citizens United or Roe v. Wade were good decisions. In fact, in my view, they were disastrous decisions. But we're kind of old-fashioned. We believe in the rule of law. That's what happened. Presidents appointed those people to the Supreme Court. We didn't go around saying, hey, you got to impeach Chief Justice Roberts and the other members. Terrible decision. That's not the way the American Constitution works. And that's what we believe. We actually believe in the Constitution. But it's not just Congress or the media or the judiciary that Trump is going after. He's now waging a vitriolic attack against major universities that are teaching courses or allowing activities he doesn't like. For years, we have heard conservatives talk about decentralized government, getting the government off the backs of the people. We've heard about education being a local issue. And now we have a president who is telling Harvard, Columbia, Princeton, and others what they can or cannot do. And in an absolutely unconstitutional and frightening way, federal agents have grabbed foreign students, thrown them into unmarked cars, and taken them to detention facilities. And what is their crime? What have they done that deserves that kind of treatment? Well, in at least one case, a woman wrote an article critical of Israel. In another case, somebody attended a demonstration. Do you really grab people off of the street, throw them in unmarked cars, take them to detention centers because they expressed a political point of view? And unbelievably, he is now going after law firms that oppose them, giant law firms. Can you imagine a president threatening a law firm because they represented a client or did something that you don't like? And Trump has also decided that he needs to lead the culture war in America. He has made himself chairman of the board of the Kennedy Center. So if you add all of these activities up, and I'm just talking about a small part of what he has done, it makes one thing very, very clear.
Thank you, Mr.
Trump
Papig.
has very little respect for the Constitution of the United States and for the rule of law. He wants more and more power for himself and his fellow billionaires. He wants to lead an authoritarian nation. And to make a bad situation even worse, Trump and Musk are rapidly trying to dismember and destroy federal agencies that serve working families and the poor. Musk has laid off thousands of workers at the Social Security Administration, which will make it harder for the elderly and the disabled to get the...
Oh yeah, I saw that he's going to start requiring that people... Here's the story. The Social Security Administration is gutting regional staff and shifting all public communications to X. Efficiency, baby! So, like, along with all these really important communications that you're receiving, you're also going to see, alongside it, some massively racist tweet from Elon Musk. You just have to. There's no way you can avoid it.
The benefits that they paid for. It's a massive attack against Social Security. Trump and Musk have also decided to lay off some 83,000 employees at the Veterans Administration, which will mean that the men and women who put their lives on the line to defend our country, our veterans, will see a deterioration in the health care they receive at the VA and the timeliness of the benefits that they earned. And then on top of all of that, Trump and his Republican colleagues are now working on a huge reconciliation bill, which will make massive cuts to Medicaid, education, nutrition, etc. To do what? Why are they making these cuts? In order to give over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. So that's where we are. That is the bad news. And all in all, it is a pretty dismal situation. So now, let me give you some good news, some very good news. And that is, over the last month, I and my House colleague, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, have been traveling the country in what I've called a fighting oligarchy tour. I've been to Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Colorado, and Arizona, and the turnouts have been extraordinary. In Denver, we had more than 34,000 people turn out, the largest rally I have ever been a part of. And what I have learned from all of these rallies and meeting thousands and thousands of people is that the people of our country are sick and tired of Trumpism. They are tired of oligarchy. They are tired of authoritarianism, and they are prepared to fight back. And I should tell you, just to mention, I'm going to be in out west next week. In a week and a half or so, we're going to go to California and other western states. And we are going to continue to rally the American people to stand up to Trumpism.
He's got a Coachella video.
And his contempt for American democracy.
Let's watch his Coachella gig.
And let me give you another very good piece of good news. And that is on Tuesday night, Susan Crawford took on Elon Musk and the $25 million that he spent to win a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And I want you all to remember that just 5 months ago, Trump won a narrow victory in Wisconsin. And just the other day, Ms. Crawford won a strong victory. She won by 10 points. Pretty good victory in a state that Trump had won just 5 months before. Also on Tuesday night, in 2 congressional districts in Florida, where Trump had won by 30 points, Democratic candidates, while losing, cut that margin in half. Pretty good. So, where do we go from here? I think the answer is quite obvious. We have got to educate, we've got to organize, we've got to fight back effectively with discipline and intelligence. And if we do that, in my view, we're going to win this thing. And right now, I should tell you, we are not only doing rallies around the country, we are also hiring organizers at the grassroots level to help us build the kind of grassroots infrastructure that we need if we're going to be successful. And let me just mention to you that just a few hours ago, I was on the phone with our friends in the 1st District of Iowa. I had been to Iowa City last month, and we got a whole lot of folks coming out. We got names, we got emails, we called them up, and we had tonight, just a few hours ago, over 500 people in the 1st District of Iowa on the telephone. And almost all of them signed up to get to work, to help us organize, to knock on doors, to hold meetings, etc.
Fucking
We're going
organize!
to have organizers all over this country, especially in districts where Republican members of Congress won by slim majorities. And we're going to make sure that all of the people in those districts that were won by Republicans with small margins, they know loudly and clearly, they're going to hear from their constituents, that they must not vote to give huge tax breaks to billionaires by cutting Medicaid and other programs that working families desperately need. So yes, let me be very honest with you. The oligarchs are enormously powerful. No ifs, buts, and maybes. They have endless amounts of money.
Guys, I'm so sorry about my pay pig. I know. I'm so sorry about him.
They control our economy. They own much of the media, and they have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that if we are smart and if we're well organized, they can be defeated. If we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our religion or our sexual orientation, if we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few, there is nothing in the world that can stop us. We can win, we will win. So let us go forward together. Let's build that movement that we desperately need. Let's defeat Trumpism.
Hey.
Thank you all very much.
All right, let's watch his Coachella gig. What bow? Right. I feel like watching something lot more dumb and less political now. What should we watch? I feel like watching something just like really fucking dumb, you know? Oh, is he going right
Republican
now?
colleagues
He's
here
going
in
right
the Senate
now.
and in the House are willing to surrender their constitutional responsibilities. Give it over to the president.
Let's watch
Trump
some
has
American
illegally
SNL.
and
No.
unconstitutionally withheld funds that Congress has appropriated. You can't do that. Congress has the power of the purse. We make a decision.
A Mooncat
we argue
video.
about it here.
Who's that?
Big debates, vote-a-ramas, the whole thing. Make that decision. That money goes out. The president does not have the right to
What's
withhold.
this dire wolves thing? You like everyone keeps I literally don't know what this is about. What is this about? Dire wolf brought back to life. History, DNA extraction, and more. What? Like, what is this? Aww. I think I saw the Hank Green thing. Yeah. They didn't make dire wolves. They made something else. What's going on?
Are back, or are they? There's a biotechnology company called Colossal that is attempting to de-extinct various animals, and they have just claimed that they have de-extincted their first animal, not just their first animal, the first animal to ever be de-extincted. And that claim does not, in my opinion, hold up to scrutiny. However, there are a number of truly remarkable things that are part of this announcement that allow me to still be excited about it, despite the fact that I think they're saying some stuff that they shouldn't say. So this video is the good, the bad, and the straight up wrong of this announcement. And the realization that we are all going to come to in the end here is that what was done is in some ways more remarkable, but also almost certainly more scary than de-extinction. Because if you could say that a species was created here, it is a species that has never existed before. This is not bringing a species back. This is the wholesale creation of a...
So is this a Twilight thing? I'm sorry, I do not... What? So they're meant to be extinct. Dire wolf. An extinct species of canine which was native to the Americas during the late Pleistocene. Not to be confused with Pleistocene. Does it still say that? Oh, it doesn't still say that. Oh, if you go on Pleistocene. There we go. I made that joke in my evolutionary psychology video. Not to be confused with Pleistocene. Anyway, sorry. Early Holocene epochs. The species was named in 1858, 4 years after the first specimen had been found. Two subspecies are recognized. The largest collection of its fossils has been obtained from... All right, so this is meant to be some kind of like white wolf that we've brought back to life.
New species by...
Mooncat really is her own biggest fan. I truly am.
Humans. Of large mammal. And that is indeed new. But there's so much here that I feel like the way to get through it all is to just watch the video that announced this, and I'm going to react to little pieces of it, bit by bit.
Everyone likes to talk about the climate crisis, but we are actually in a biodiversity crisis.
So I don't know that everybody does like to talk about the climate crisis, but I do think that it is right to say that we are in these twin crises of biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis that, of course, intersect with each other. The climate crisis has huge impacts on biodiversity, but I think a lot of people might think that it's the biggest factor in it, and it's not. The biggest factor in the biodiversity crisis, human use of habitat, basically. So like encroachment on a habitat, poaching, that kind of stuff. Is this the right way to take on the biodiversity crisis? Is the problem that no one is de-extincting animals? No. Like, I don't think that this guy would say that the problem is no one is de-extincting animals. The problem is that humans...
By the way, yeah, he has recently put up a video called Fixing My Dire Wolf Mistake 1 day ago. So there is a retraction to this video.
Continue to encroach on more and more habitat every year. We're doing it slower than we used to, especially per capita, but we're still doing it.
Some scientists have estimated that by 2050, half of all species that are alive today will be extinct.
So 2050 is 25 years away. I don't know that any scientists have made this claim. It would be really weird to me if they had, but I'm gonna Google it. So here it is. Biologists think 50% of species will be facing extinction by the end of the century. Currently, 1 in 10 are facing extinction. So that's not extinct. That's in danger of becoming extinct. And I can believe that. And I could see how that stat could get translated in conversations to half of species alive today will be extinct by 2050. And please do not take this as me saying that this isn't a problem and we don't need to face it. Obviously, we need to face it. It's just a fact that I wanted to check because it seemed off to me, and indeed it is off, but like, whatever. Is this the world's first de-extinction? No. I don't see any reason why these animals would not be considered gray wolves. They are genetically modified gray wolves. If you would consider them a separate species, then you would have to consider them a synthetic species, and you would not consider them to be a species or even a relative, really, of dire wolves. But whatever.
People think it's a scary word, de-extinction. They immediately put us with Jurassic Park, and it's not.
In the circles I travel in, de-extinction isn't scary because of Jurassic Park. It's scary because, like, we're trying to figure out how to do ecosystems. And the ecosystems are very flexible and mobile, and when something comes out of an ecosystem, that can cause problems, and trying to put it back in once it's been gone for a long time can also cause problems. I'm not actually personally opposed to the idea of de-extinction. I know lots of people who are. But I think that it's an active conversation that we're not going to have right now. But like, it's not because people think that like Newman from Seinfeld's going to get eaten by a dinosaur.
As we lose species within an ecosystem, if you think of a Jenga puzzle,
That's one thing that I always wonder about as well. Like, when animals go extinct and we're like, oh my God, we can't let this animal go extinct. Like, why is that the thing where it's like acceptable for humans to like interfere with the natural course of nature? Why can we interfere then to keep an animal alive and not extinct? Why is that fine? Whereas like everything else, we're like, no, we should not interfere. Like, if the animal was going to die out, why is it then okay for us to be like, no, let's not let it die out? Like, maybe it's nature's course for it to die out. Like, it doesn't emotionally feel nice, but is that nature's course?
You're sort of pulling blocks out of there. Those blocks that are creating the instability in the ecosystem is literally the function that animal plays.
Yeah, like maybe the pandas are cute. I'm not denying pandas are cute, and I would prefer them to be alive. But why are we trying so hard? Maybe they just need to die. Maybe they just want to die out.
Plays. If we can find ways to restore animals that provide that specific function, we can create more stability within an ecosystem.
So this is the argument.
Yeah, there's the whole argument that like it is our actions that probably made them get to the point where they're almost extinct. That is also like, yeah, we should probably try and mitigate the extinctions that we cause. Yes.
Argument that Colossal makes that they have de-extincted a direwolf. This is a cogent argument that I just don't think is a good argument to make using the word de-extinction. I think using the word de-extinction is really about marketing in this case. And also it's not about direwolves because we're not going to put direwolves back in an ecosystem that would benefit from them because that ecosystem died out tens of thousands of years ago. So like very few of the animals that direwolves would prey on still exist, for example. But the argument that they're making that this is de-extinction is that we have these Jenga blocks and we're pulling blocks out. And if you can slide another block in there, then the ecosystem won't collapse as long as it fills that same niche, as long as it fits into that Jenga block spot. And it's not just like every block is the same size. There's lots of all different sizes of Jenga blocks that are all moving around and all evolving to exist with each other. This is an okay metaphor, actually. Imagine a Jenga tower that's made out of millions of blocks that are constantly moving and responding to each other. And if you take out a big one, there will not be time for the blocks to react to each other and the ecosystem may collapse. And so you want to slot one in real quick. And in that case, what you could do is you wouldn't have to grab the existing animal that went extinct. You could create an animal that serves that same niche, that is close enough to that blob that you can plop it in there and then the ecosystem will recover. And that's why they're making the case that these wolves are a de-extinction, because theoretically they might be direwolf shaped enough that they would slot into the direwolf-shaped hole left behind by the actual direwolves that went extinct. Now, I am going to explain why these aren't direwolves. I can't just say that. I know that. It's just that we haven't reached that point in the video yet. Now, I wouldn't say that slotting in a different species into a niche is de-extinction. I do understand how it could be a functional good in ecosystem ecology. But it also sounds very hard. And also all the other Jenga blocks around it are going to react differently to that block that you just slotted in than they would to the original species. And you will not in that case have made extinction a thing of the past. That extinction will still have happened. I think that 50, 100 years from now, there's going to be a lot more habitat available on this earth for wilderness. And I think that these conversations probably will have had value at that point, because there will be ecosystem engineering going on. And part of that is going to be genetic modification and species engineering and synthetic species. And we're having those conversations now because we're going to have to figure it out then, and we're going to be fighting about it the whole time, I promise you. So in this section of the video, we're going to talk about wolves in Yellowstone National Park. And I think that this is weird because it makes you think that the genetically modified wolves that they have created are going to be part of a project like this, but they aren't going to be, and they should not be, and they should not be released into the wild, because the niche that they would have filled in the former Pleistocene Americas does not exist anymore. You would not want dire wolves walking around in the wild, because there's no food for them. But the utility here, there is utility here. One is potential economic utility of having a little theme park. But number two is proof of concept for technologies. And we're
Are they going to bring them to Bedford in the UK?
going to get to those technologies, but this has nothing to do with that, because we're talking about wolves, but these wolves are not going to be reintroduced to the wild, and there is no niche for them. Because all the food that they ate is extinct. It has been for thousands of years.
We thought if we could use it as an opportunity where we can also develop technologies that can help wolves, we thought it was the right first project given how important wolves are to ecosystems.
Now you can make the case that it's important to do this with wolves because wolves are important to ecosystems, and there are other wolves that are weirdly not mentioned in this video that can potentially benefit from some of the research being done here. And are. Like, it's weird that this isn't mentioned in this video, but Colossal has also cloned red wolf coyote hybrids with the intent of having a species to fill that niche in America, in the United States, in places where there were once red wolves and there no longer are. We've done stuff like that. Like, we've done it with Przewalski's horse, where we, had a Przewalski's horse basically have the embryo of a Przewalski's horse implanted into a domestic horse. And now we have more Przewalski's horses in the world, and that's good, because that's a natural species of horse that should be in their ecosystem. There's niches for them to exist inside of because they are very recently have left those niches. And predators and wolves are very important to ecosystems, and doing this work with red wolves could potentially have benefit. I just don't know why it's not mentioned in this video. You haven't heard about it. You haven't heard that Colossal cloned red wolves as part of this. I don't know why not.
One of the challenges when we started working on the direwolf was that we knew of only 2 direwolf specimens in the world that contained some usable DNA.
All right. Now, this is like a legitimately cool, I'm excited about it part of the thing where
the animation is making it look really cool.
They found enough direwolf DNA. And it wasn't just them. Like, I think that there are researchers who work with Colossal and are on this research, but then there are people who are just at Colossal or just on this research or whatever. We've had tons of direwolf skulls from the La Brea tar pits, but because it's a tar pit, all the DNA is super degraded. You're not going to get anything off of those. But we have found a couple of specimens of direwolves. One is, I think, 12,000 years ago. One's like almost 80,000 years old. And we've gotten, I think from the older one, we actually got more DNA. That's a long time ago to get usable DNA, to get not just all of the direwolf genome, but like multiple copies of it so that you can fill in a lot of the gaps. You're not going to get one solid unbroken genome, but you could get multiples so that you could do a bunch of computer analysis and have basically
data. You could analyze the data.
A full direwolf genome. And that's amazing. That's really cool. And there's other cool stuff that they're about to do with that genome that we're going to talk about it too. This video, by the way, is brought to you by our newsletter. It's called We're Here. It goes out every week. It tells you some of the cool stuff that happened on the internet.
Ethical Reacts. Sign up, guys.
That you could find out by being exposed to a lot of other garbage on whatever social media platform you might be on. But this way, you just get the good stuff distilled out by us and popped over to your email inbox. And we talk about lots of different stuff, but in general, the vibe is, here's some interesting things that people were up to this week, whether that's like the creation of a fun new game or a big change in the way humans are on Earth. Wide-ranging, different perspectives.
Oh, no!
We do some book reviews there.
Oh no, Rebecca Watson. They are not so back.
Have some games we play. It's fun. You could join We Are Here. There's a link in the
I love this random rabbit hole that you guys have sent me down for the end of the stream. Loving this. I had no idea that this was a thing until
description.
Now.
It's free, and you can unsubscribe anytime, and you get a one.
That means you're going to get the worst takes from me. Because they're raw. The most raw takes.
Once a week on Friday. And that's how We're Here.
The takes don't get rawer than this.
Here works. I love it. It is a way for me to experience the social nature of the internet without being on the social internet, which is good. All right. Now we're going back into the video here.
There was a massive study that did many samples across multiple institutions.
It was a collaborative effort. I'm glad that they said that. It would have been nice for them to actually name the institutions, because I'm sure that this science was funded by the federal government funding science.
So what you can do is you can map that to its closest living relative. So at Colossal, we're using the gray wolf.
So this is a very interesting moment in the video to me. This woman has said, we're going to map that to its closest living relative. And then the next line is, so Colossal are using the gray wolf. And that indicates to me, like, you would listen to that and think that the gray wolf is the closest living relative of the dire wolf. It would seem, looking especially just at the skeletons, that dire wolves and gray wolves are closely related to each other. But from our current understanding, a paper published in 2021 that looked at the DNA of direwolves, that isn't just like a little bit wrong, it's like wildly.
That doesn't surprise me. Our current understanding of genetics, from what I know, is so minuscule compared to the galaxy of knowledge that we could know about genetics. When it comes to genetics, my God, we are guessing. We are guessing.
Wrong. The paper is called Direwolves Were the Last of an Ancient New World Canid Lineage. There are many authors on this paper, including some people who work at Colossal. And the findings from that paper are that direwolves and gray wolves diverged, like their last common ancestor was almost 6 million years ago. The most recent common ancestor between chimps and humans was between 6 and 7 million years ago. So not that far back, but like close. As much as I love a chimpanzee and sometimes I see a chimpanzee skeleton and I'm like, that's just a little person. They're not. They're different. Very different species. Now, sometimes for a very long time, many traits can be conserved, but that doesn't actually seem to be what happened here. So if this was 5 million years ago that this diverged, then that common ancestor gave rise to jackals, African wild dogs, and wolves, which are all fairly different species. And the direwolf would be closer in relation to...
Why are they called dire wolves? I feel like that's not been explained. What's the etymology of this dire? Because, like, I would expect that to mean, like, shit. Like, this is a shit wolf. If something is a dire wolf, it means it's shit. Is that not what it means here? What does dire wolf mean here? Just shit wolf? Etymology. The name dire wolf, this is the AI overview. I mean, what do we believe here, guys? Comes from the Latin term Aesion dirus, which means terrible wolf. Oh, so it just means shit wolf. It literally just means shit wolf then. What? It literally means shit wolf. From Wiki, dire is Latin for fearsome. Fearsome dog? Okay. What? They normally have an etymology section in the wiki, don't they? Is there an etymology section here? Clearly not. Nope. Wikipedia doesn't even know. It either means fearsome or shit.
Jackals than to wolves. And then what would have happened is that they convergently evolved to have very similar body shapes to gray wolves because they were living in a similar habitat and hunting in similar ways. The people at Colossal are just rejecting this wholesale. They're saying this is not the case. Gray wolves are the closest living relative of dire wolves. And they say that they have evidence, but they have not provided that evidence, which I find annoying. It also, kind of is a big part of your argument here. Like, if dire wolves are just giant jackals, they're probably going to look pretty different from gray wolves. And so the thing you've just created, in order to try and make it look like a dire wolf, doesn't actually look like a dire wolf. It looks like a large gray wolf. And dire wolves would be very different because they diverged and have not shared a common ancestor with gray wolves for 6 million years. But the people at Colossal do have a great direwolf DNA sequence, and so maybe they've done science, and I would love to see them release the science where they talk about how they have proved that there was this old lineage, but then it interbred, which specifically the 2021 paper said there was no gene flow between direwolves and gray wolves, but they are arguing with that, but they are not releasing the data that has led them to argue against that. And I think, understandably skeptical of it because it's a better story if the gray wolf is the nearest relative of the dire wolf. And this is weird to like say a bunch of stuff about a paper before you publish it. What they're saying is that there's like this older species that its closest living relative is like jackals, but then that species
It's screaming publicity stunt. But I do need to go piss. And I will be right back.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now.
10%
I can't talk right now. I'm making
10% off at dogecore.com.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Alright, let's carry on.
Bred with gray wolves. And so that makes this, and this is the thing about taxonomy, it's messy. But what they're saying is from the information they have from these two individuals, that there's this old one that was then interbred with a gray wolf 2.5 million years ago, and that is what gave birth to the direwolf species, which is totally possible. That's like a thing that happens. And who is the closest living relative in that situation? It's difficult to say, right? You can tell that they cut out something between when this woman said.
So what you can do is you can map that to its closest living relative.
And then when she says, so at Colossal, we're using the gray wolf. And I think there was something in there that was probably her providing some context. When you're doing what the biologist said earlier, where you're trying to create something that fits into a niche rather than trying to actually de-extinct an animal, that makes sense. But in this case, you're not trying to do either of those things. What you're trying to do is create something that's cool and exciting, and that you can make the case
Thank you for the chip, Pedro.
that you're creating this amazing thing. And also you're trying to prove concept of a bunch of different technologies. You're trying to develop a bunch of technologies that are going to be useful in this, which they did do both of those things.
When we edit different lines of genetically diverse gray wolves, we'll create a set of genetically diverse dire wolves with similar edits, but the basis of their diversity already existed within the gray wolf.
So this section is interesting because I don't think it's not explained why it's important, but because they can do this over and over again with different wolves that are genetically diverse, you're not going to end up in a species bottleneck with just like a very small number of dire wolves of these genetically modified wolves. You could potentially be in a situation where there would be plenty of genetic diversity for them to exist on their own. But again, you wouldn't release these into the wild because the niche that you are trying to replace them in doesn't exist.
We've developed a technology where you can take a simple blood draw, isolate these specific cells in the blood, and then clone from it.
So this is the first of two big pieces of science news, and that is that they were
Like, you'd have to keep them in captivity, right? If you, like, actually brought an extinct species back. Like, because they're not genetically built to be viable in the current ecosystem, you would have to keep them essentially completely artificially within some kind of zoo, wouldn't you?
able to find specific
So is, like, that's not really bringing something back, is it?
cells in blood that they can use to create a cell line. So the way that cells work is that you can take them out of a body and grow them in a petri dish for a little while, but then they die. But there are specific cells in the body, stem cells, cancer cells, certain kinds of cells that you
could build a park in Bedford in the UK, for instance.
can actually create a cell line out of that's immortal, that will last a really long time. So usually in order to find those cells, you'd have to do a pretty invasive tissue sample. But in this case, they figured out how to do it with blood, which is awesome. I don't know if this is their advance, but that's great. This is cool. For sure. It's going to be great for dog cloning. If people want to have their same dog over again, this will make that easier.
We're changing the genome
I
of this
hate
living
people
animal.
who do that. I hate when people fucking clone their fucking dogs. Just get a different dog. Rescue a different dog from a damn pound. Your dog died. It's sad. Fucking get over it. Rescue a dog that's already at a pound.
Partially into the genome of the extinct animal for those genes that matter, for the traits and characteristics that we want to see.
What he's saying here is what traits and characteristics do we want to see in the animal? We're going to pick genes that affect those. And this is another cool part.
I tell you right now, we're getting the spiciest takes, because I'm a few beers down and I'm also going down some rabbit hole that I've not even foreseen that I'm going to be going down.
Of what Colossal is doing, which is not just taking a genome and being like, okay, we have to get this whole genome into this.
This is my disclaimer for any takes. Okay? From now on in the stream. This is my disclaimer for any future takes. These are not pre-planned takes.
Other animal, but saying, okay, what things actually code for traits, grabbing those and putting them in the wolves. And that's difficult work to do.
Yeah, Brooklyn is the only animal that I back cloning. I'll just clarify that. If I clone Brooklyn one day because he passes away, that's entirely justified.
But saying, okay, what things actually code for traits, grabbing those and putting them in the wolves. And that's difficult work to do. And requires a lot of knowledge that is relatively new. Even in humans, this would be hard to do. And we have a lot more information about human genomes than we do about wolf genomes.
Discovering which parts of the genome make an animal look and act like that animal is one of the hardest problems in biology. It is unsolved and something that we have to solve if we want to know which parts of the genome we want to edit to make a gray wolf more like a dire wolf.
She said it here, make a gray wolf look more like a dire wolf. That's what they're actually doing.
That's what they're doing.
Good on her.
To analyze our genomes, to compare dire wolves with gray wolves.
We love the honesty from that lady.
Wolf genomes, we use our tools on a platform built by FormBio.
So FormBio is a spin-off company from Colossal, and it is built to try and find the actual genes that are gonna most affect the outcome that they're trying to have. So they're not trying to de-extinct anybody. They're trying to create this blob that fits into the right Jenga spot, and so they want to find the genes that help the blob be the right shape to fit in.
That allowed us to know exactly where the gray wolf differed from the dire wolf.
By the way, I can see the moon directly in front of me outside the window. It is so bright. It's freaking me out. We're talking about wolves. The moon is really bright, shining directly in my eyes through the window in front of me. Something's going on here. Like I'm feeling a bit weird. Like something's going on. I think I'm growing like a vestigial bone outside, like out at the area where my tailbone would be. I think I'm growing a little bit of extra beard hair on my face that wasn't there before. Something weird's going on. Like these teeth, they feel a little bit longer than they did before. Something's going on.
Each time you edit the gene in a cell, you put a lot of stress on that cell because you have to get your gene editing tools in these cells, and then these changes are made. So what we do instead is we try to make dozens or hundreds of changes at once. It's called multiplex gene editing.
This is another actually cool thing. So we've got multiplex CRISPR going on here, multiplex gene editing, many sites at the same time. So CRISPR comes in and it like grabs a gene and it swaps it out for something else, or just a segment of code.
That's how it works. CRISPR just comes in. That's what they do. CRISPR.
Have to be a whole gene, and it swaps it out for something else. And you know what?
Barry CRISPR.
You want to do that over and over and over again if you want to make a bunch of changes. And in some cases, you do want to make a bunch of changes because oftentimes a disease is not caused by one single gene. It's caused by several genes interacting in a bad way. You can swap that one gene and maybe that'll be good. And like that will cure people of certain diseases. Some diseases are like single nucleotide problems. You just need to swip one thing and you're good. You just swip a snip and that you're good. But if you want to do a bunch,
Snippy, snip, snap.
say if you want to create an animal that's quite different or genetically modify a crop so that it has a bunch of advantageous traits. There's ways to do that now, but this would be faster, to be able to modify like 20 different sites in the same moment. Now, you're also going to introduce more chances for problems in that situation. But ultimately, I think it's like a good direction to go in. It is worrying from like the designer babies perspective, like if we can make a bunch of changes to. And I don't think there's a huge taboo and lots of legal reasons why we can't do this, but like it's getting so easy to do technologically that I do worry that someone, just like that guy in China went rogue and did a little bit of gene editing on babies. It makes me think that like the next time that happens will be more significant and more worrying and be pretty escalatory. It's one thing to have a baby get born who has a lower chance of getting HIV, which is what those edits were about. It's another to have a baby be born who's going to be, never lose their hair, is going to be 6'7", is going to be extra strong, extra smart, all this stuff. That will actually create, I think, probably a lot of discourse that will drive us in an uncertain direction. So, and now this section of the video,
every dodgy science thing always ends up at eugenics. It always fucking does. Always. Like all of our scholars and academics that were around about a century ago, everything that they were looking into, like they always ended up at some form of like eugenics. Always. They were just obsessed with it. They couldn't avoid it.
We're talking about how to actually get...
Yeah, Pearson and Galton. I was talking to my friend Brent about university buildings being named after problematic people. And part of University College London until 2020 was named. I believe they had one building named after Pearson and one building named after Galton until 2020 when they finally thought, you know what, maybe we should like stop naming these buildings after prominent eugenicists. Maybe we should like actually rename these buildings now. But like that's the weird thing about these academics from about a century ago is like so many of them discovered things that we actually still use to this day. Like if you look at Galton, if you look at Francis Galton, who one of the buildings is named after at University College London, he before he got obsessed with behavioral genetics and subsequently eugenics, he founded like a lot of like he founded basically Galton Distribution, which is he basically founded like many of the ways in which we think about statistics to this day. We use a lot of his work and his ideas to this day. He basically discovered regression to the mean. Well, I say discovered, I mean, that's always a sort of disputed term, but he was the first person to really be able to communicate it to the masses, I suppose. He's a very like statistics guy, but the first thing he's known for, of course, is eugenics. Of course, because like even though he discovered all of these mathematical models that could prove that everything really is just like a bell curve and it doesn't really matter like what race you are or what genetics you have, everything's basically just like a probability. He discovered like that, but then he got obsessed with the whole behavior, like the whole genetic IQ thing. And when he got obsessed with the whole genetic IQ thing, he basically just like forgot everything that he discovered about statistics, because he doesn't seem to have applied his findings about genetic IQ to any of the distribution laws that he discovered at all. And and then there was this other guy, what's he called? Pearson. What was his first name again? but he got like Nobel Prizes. Hang on. So is it Lester Pearson? Carl Pearson. Is it Carl Pearson? Am I getting his name wrong? Carl Pearson. Yeah, this guy. So his advisor was Galton. But like basically he spent his whole life like getting Nobel Prizes for discovering. Is it Carl Pearson? I'm thinking of a guy who got Nobel Prizes. Is this the guy? Oh yeah, he had a UCL. Yeah. Pearson's correlation is what we use today. What? No, I'm thinking of the vitamin C guy. Was he the vitamin C guy? I'm thinking of the vitamin C guy. Linus Pauling. Oh yeah. that's the guy. This is the guy that got Nobel Prizes. And like, he literally, so like, you go through all of his like, his achievements, all really good, amazing shit. And then, oh, what do we have here? What do we have here? Eugenics. And it's the most insane thing. It's the most insane small paragraph you've ever read. Pauling is supported a limited form of eugenics by suggesting that human carriers of defective genes be given a compulsory visible mark, such as a forehead tattoo, to discourage potential mates with the same defect, in order to reduce the number of babies with diseases such as sickle cell anemia. Like, it's like they spend their whole lives like doing this amazing work. Like, this is what he did that was like good and useful, right? All of this, okay? And then he got obsessed with eugenics. And then, surprise, surprise, he went down just this complete quackery rabbit hole. And he started believing that if you massively overdose on vitamin C, then it would basically stop you from getting cancer, which is being completely debunked. And it was debunked over and over again. But he was so obsessed with it for the rest of his life that he was like, no one's going to prove me. I am so right about this fucking vitamin C thing. I am so convinced that it's stopping people getting cancer that I am going to advocate for this for the rest of my life. And he was completely wrong. And all of the scientists around him were like, dude, like, the studies are not showing this. I'm so sorry, but you're wrong. But the thing is, like when people get so prestigious in their career, they're like, you know what? I am right. And I will not let anybody prove me wrong at this point in my career. I don't want to die being a proved wrong scientist. I can't have that. Now I've won all of these Nobel Prizes. I can't have my legacy be the vitamin C failure. But that's what it is. And he basically never admitted that he was wrong about that. Which is kind of sad, but kind of funny at the same time. And also, we never started tattooing people's foreheads who have the sickle cell recessive gene. We never did that either, unfortunately. I mean, that was a great idea, Linus. Such a good idea.
The egg turned into a baby that's going to be born out of a dog. And that's, you know about that. That's how Dolly was made. So we're going to skip over this part.
And with the help of a vet team, we then are able to surgically put this embryo back inside to the surrogate dog.
This isn't discussed in this video, but one thing that I do want to talk about is that, so there were some genes that were that gene in direwolves. From what I understand, they are actually the genes that were in direwolves that were swapped out with the gray wolf gene. But then there were also some genes that they wanted to switch out, but they decided not to because they knew that those genes could be associated with other diseases like blindness or loss of hearing or something. And so they didn't want to mess with those genes. So instead, they made those changes by adding in those traits elsewhere or with other genes that they knew they weren't going to be associated with problems. And I think that's like a responsible, ethical way to handle that. And it all comes back to the fact that they're not trying to create direwolves. They're trying to create something that would be more likely to fit into a direwolf-shaped hole in an ecosystem, which again, does not exist in any current ecosystems because direwolves have been extinct for over 10,000 years.
As well as are pursuing on the science side our own exogenous development team so that one day we won't have to use surrogates.
That's wild. That would be the biggest advance that they're trying to work on, is to be able to have a baby mammal be born without a surrogate. So not, especially this is a placental mammal. Like you could kind of see this with marsupials, but with a placental mammal, how do you have a baby be born without a mother? I guess someday we'll get there, but that's wild.
We're a part of the evolutionary stream of the planet. We're kin to every other species out there.
So this is wild. I took a class from this guy at University of Montana. What I can tell you about Dan, from having taken a class from Dan Flores, is this dude loves wolves. He loves wolves in like a biological and scientific way. He also loves wolves in like a spiritual way.
What we do today is, I think,
Whenever there's a full moon, something weird happens to
what the
Dan.
hope for the future is for biodiversity and for nature. And so to be on sort of the ground floor of creating a tool that will be the solution for our biodiversity crisis.
I'm going to complain about using the phrase the solution to our biodiversity crisis because, again, the problem is not that we can't de-extinct animals. The problem is that we...
He's got one of them fleeces. He's got one of the fleeces with the wolves.
Continue to encroach on habitats of animals, and also that the climate is changing. There's going to be many solutions to this problem, and I applaud people for exploring various solutions. A little bit of what sticks in my craw about this is how much of what